about 5 minutes. So people start to sit down, give the impression that for others that something's going to happen. Yeah, we're starting at 10 past. We're going to start now, colleagues. So if you don't mind taking your seats. And we're going to do a little change in the agenda, just a little tweak to the agenda, I think, because thank you, because yesterday we overran a little bit, and we can kind of anticipate that today will also overrun. So let's not talk too much in the opening of today, but I think we want to reserve some time for towards the end of the day, but when people are still awake, for us to be able to kind of do a bit of a collective wrap up. Because, of course, the idea behind this conference, this coalition, if you like, as mentioned in the beginning by Emilia, it's a coalition of the willing. And it's also supposed to be a coalition of people that already understand the basis of the issues we are talking about. So we don't necessarily need to reiterate why local government finance is development finance and why cities are the future if one wants to secure our lives on the planet. We don't need to rehearse those arguments again. They're already well rehearsed. And the purpose of this coalition is it's a coalition of people who are willing to do something about that. And that's why we have these 5 main policy areas built around local government finance that we defined in the previous meeting. So what we want to get out of this particular conference then is, what do we want to do exactly in each of these 5 areas? Yesterday we heard about intergovernmental fiscal transfers, we heard about domestic capital markets, we heard about own source revenue. So what do we collectively in the room and the people online, what are we going to do about that in the next 12 months? And also, what is our aspirational vision for what the world should look like with full guarantee facility for cities, for example? So by the end of the day, we can have a short list of actionable items, to something to do together in the next 12 months, 18 months, and also a kind of shared vision of where we want to get to for each of these 5 areas. So we heard 3 areas yesterday. There are 2 of the other Malaga policy areas today. One on city-friendly investment funds that we'll start now, and then one on guarantee funds for cities. And then in the afternoon, there is the so-called second special session, which is on evidence-based policy making through financial data for improved financial resilience. And if we can manage to save the time, we can also kind of expand that session or turn the end of that session into a little bit of time to discuss the short list of actionable items for the next 18 months and the kind of short list of the vision for each of these 5 policy areas. So we can try to find time to do that this afternoon. But so let's just go straight into the panel if we agree. And then, unfortunately, the Secretary General of UCLG is not able to be here today because she's actually working on the advisory council that has been created to advise the Secretary General on local governments. It's an advisory council of mayors, which is quite historic because it's the first time at the Secretary General level, the UN has engaged with cities at that level, rather than just a meeting. It's actually a kind of process now, which UN Habitat and UCLG are leading together with the Secretary General, and we can feed into that process with our recommendations, because Habitat and UCLG are key partners in this coalition. But it's okay because we have Kader with us, who is a special advisor to the Secretary General, and Kader can really provide the input from UNDP. We also have 2 colleagues from FMDV, so we have FMDV in force, Carlos de Freitas, Executive Director, and Jean-Francois, the Special Advisor. So I think all the bases are covered in terms of the coalition members. So we can talk this afternoon a little bit about the way forwards. So Mohammed, I think just straight over to you. Let's get straight into the session. We've only started 15 minutes late. So, and it'd be good, let's have time to have a proper dialogue.
Good morning, colleagues. We're definitely going to make it up on time. This panel is really critical and important, and it builds on the entire discussion from yesterday. We heard about the issue of fiscal decentralization, the issues of own source revenue and domestic capital markets, and how all that, is really integrated into, together, and they're dependent on each other. But for what? It's really for, expanding the scope of local authorities and cities and municipalities around the world in trying to maximize the possibilities for investment into infrastructure, and the infrastructure gap is the largest at the local level, yet trying to look at ways by which resources can become more available for cities and local governments, whether from the public sources of funds or through savings in own source revenue or expanding that pool, and to leverage that for domestic resource mobilization, but also to attract additional financing floors and additional capital at the international, regional, and from the private sector. And this is where the notion of city-friendly investment funds came to life. And the Málaga Coalition has a very strong belief that we need an increase in financing flows to cities and local government to invest into infrastructure and close the infrastructure gap. But that flow is really not increasing over the years. And I think the global financial architecture so far, the way it's set up, we haven't seen a significant increase in those flows to cities and local governments. And we, from my perspective, we're not going to be able to achieve the SDGs if resources are not coming down to where it is needed most. So in an attempt to, put more emphasis on, increasing the flows to the local level, city-friendly investment funds are one way in order to be, let's say, a tryout, in order to encourage the, financial market to follow suit. The way they can be set up can be advantageous to cities and local governments, but they're also specific in what they can address and what they cannot address. So this panel today, I think we would like very much to hear from the panelists, and we have an amazing, panel members. Let me just start very quickly with the introductions. We have Salim, Senior Investment Director from Iridium, joining us. We have Esther, Head of Innovative Finance, Local Governments for Sustainability from ICLEI. We have Dr. Francois, who's also online. We're just going to double check that he is online. UCLG Africa and Director for Programs. We have Mr. Ben, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Local Government of Uganda, and we have Priscilla, Senior Manager, Cities and Climate Finance Leadership Alliance Climate Policy Initiative. So we will move straight to this panel, and I do ask the panelists to be a bit precise in the response because there's more than a number of questions. So I'm going to come back to you with more than one question. So, and depending basically on the responses from the panelists, I might come back to you again to respond. So we'll make it a little bit more interactive, but what we want to get out of this is, we want to look at the challenges that the cities and local government face in accessing investment funds. We want to dig in a little bit to try to understand what are some examples of city-friendly investment funds. Are they really city-friendly? I mean, how are they city-friendly and how can they be city-friendly? Of course, time tells because so far there has not been enough city-friendly investment funds. Maybe just over the last decade, few have emerged. So, of course, by experience, we'll know more. But the notion of them being created for that approach is definitely something notable. And then at the same time, how do we, make city-friendly investment funds link more to the broad, Málaga Policy Coalition, and how we can leverage that to increase the financing flows and influence others to follow suit. So we will start with a presentation by Jean-Francois, who is a senior advisor from FMDV. And yeah, please. And we're just going to ask him to spend a few minutes to kind of set the stage a little bit about what are city-friendly investment funds. There's some of the challenges from his experience in setting them and to what objective they were created for. And then we will dig into the questions directly. So over to you, Jean.
Thanks a lot, Mohamed, and hi everyone. So I'm Jean-François Abot, the Senior Advisor for FMDV, among other activities. And I think yesterday what we didn't address also clearly is on municipal finance and municipal investment, it's the market failure on urban finance. Meaning that today it's evaluated that there is a funding gap of $93 trillion in the next 20 years to fill in, and this gap is under a market failure because on one side you have you cannot talk to any mayor who don't have a dozen of projects on the table. All the mayors, they have projects, they have priorities to engage. So there is the demand that is there. And the other side, we saw yesterday, there are more and more instruments, credit lines, and the financial stakeholders have created instruments that are addressing the cities, but still it doesn't connect. And for many reasons, and I like this picture because you see that the money doesn't fit the demand, and the cities are pictured as a pig, but it's not really the projection at all. But meaning that there is a real issue of connecting the existing finance together with the existing projects. And again, there are many explanations of why this market failure is, but one of them is also on the necessity to create the financial intermediation for local governments, because for also different reasons, but if sometimes resources are not allocated to cities, it's because also the projects and the needs are not at the sufficient level of investment that investors can invest in individual projects. And so that's why city-friendly investment funds as intermediaries can play this role of accelerating the urban investment at local level. So I try to make a short definition, but again, it's also to be discussed and questions and addressed by the different speakers. But so the cities friendly investment fund are very diverse in status, objectives, governing and financing structures, but they are sharing a common mission, is to use limited public funds in order to leverage additional private resources with the specific goal of supporting local government to invest in local action. Again, maybe some of you will have another definition. That's the way I understand the definition of city-friendly investment fund, and I hope this will open the debate. But they also share the following attribute. They invest in local public development-oriented mandate. They are either on or off balance sheet special purpose investment vehicle, and I think that will be addressed also by some of the speakers, the differentiation between on balance sheet and off balance sheet mechanisms, and they also act as financial intermediaries to catalyze and aggregate public and private financing. So usually they are targeting investment in either directly in project in different sectors like energy efficiency, transport, water, sanitation, public lighting, and so on. So the project approach is a specific on some funds. And they can also invest in specific entities operating within the territory with various profiles, either sectorial public utilities, public agencies, private companies, and project companies. And I guess also some of the speakers will be able to illustrate these kind of examples. And the resources of these city-friendly investment funds are usually capitalized. Again, this can be diverse, but usually there is some of the public resources from national or local authorities if and when the public entities are engaged in the process. It's not the case for all the instrument. They also mobilize catalytic and concessional resources from DFIs, donors, philanthropies, that could provide concessional finance, guarantees, and grant resources to help to mitigate the risk for private investors and to provide technical assistance and concessional resources to blend with private capital. And finally, there is also the private resources that might be sourced from different type of investors and raised from different mechanisms. And I don't want to enter into details for that. And so the solution that those funds are offering, they can offer either grants in order to support the pilot phase of the project and to prepare the project, or to de-risk the investment of the project. They can provide also loans with various characteristics, senior, subordinate, concessional, loans directly to the city or when it's on balance sheet, or loans to a utility or SPV when it's project finance. They can provide also equities through a special purpose vehicle, what we call a SPV, or a project company or a utility. And they can also provide credit enhancement and risk mitigations, such as first loss loan, insurance, or even guarantee. And I guess also we have some speakers who will talk about using this instrument. The advantage and benefits, it can use public funds efficiently. It helps to mobilize private capital to meet the demand. So it's really a catalyzer of private capital. It generates also an aggregate demand for financing. So when you have a vehicle, usually it generates a demand from the local base and from the city's base. So it's appealing for project leaders. And then it also supports the local economy and create jobs. And finally, it addresses the knowledge gap to reduce the perceived risk, also to have professional entities managing and engaging capital and investment. Also, based on the experiences we had at FMDV on what we call city-friendly investment fund, is the challenges are sometimes the legal environment. For example, the city of Paris has set up the Paris Green Fund, and when they created that, they had to change the legal environment in order to be able to set this fund and to give the mandate to an asset manager. So you need to be sure that the legal environment is appropriate. You need also to project the capitalization objectives. Again, the city of Paris, when I was discussing with the deputy mayor in charge of finance, initially they targeted 500 million euros to capitalize the fund. In the end, they saw that they went to 250 million because the capitalization was a bit maybe challenging compared to the market. Then the target sectors and projects. In India, there is a Tamil Nadu pool financing that is really specific to water. So it's also very important to have your specificities. And if you are too broader, then it will be quite difficult to address the projects and to mobilize also the specific investors. You need also to define the financial products that are offered. It's quite sometimes difficult to mix, for example, debt finance and equity finance, because the entities that are managing that are specific in some markets. So you need to define what do you offer, concessional or on-market based product. You need also to see how to structure the pipeline, because you have very good and very well-framed instrument, but if you are not connected to the pipeline of projects and the project leaders, your instrument will not be able to engage the capital that has been structured. And finally, also it's very important to measure the impact in order to see if your fund has achieve the objective, what are the impact of the investment mobilized, and is it an opportunity to extend the duration, to extend the capital, or to renew the fund itself. So measuring the impact is also very important for that. So I will stop there, and I hope that it will open to a reaction or to a question or to comment, and that was actually the purpose of this presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jean-Francois. So let's just build on a little bit of what was mentioned before. Maybe, Salim, I would like to ask you maybe the first question. So the Málaga Coalition partners, UNCDF, UCLG, and FMDV, they launched a call for proposal. It's an RFP, looking to design and initiate a city-friendly investment fund. The objective was to focus on cities and local governments, to take a step forward to encourage investors to bring capital down to cities and local governments in developing countries. Meridiam was one of the first applicants to apply. Why? What did you see in cities and local governments? You're a for-profit company. one of the largest asset companies out there. What did you see in cities and local governments in developing countries as a business model that actually could work for you? And my second question to you, why is it city friendly? Convince us.
Thank you, Mohammed. Well, first I'll just respond to something you just said, that we're a for-profit corporation. Actually, we're more than that, because we are a benefit corporation, both under French law and we're a B Corp under US law, which means that, of course, we do need to generate financial returns, but we also are driven by the impact objectives that are built into our mission. And so we are in a position to actually balance these out, whereas traditional corporate companies, as you know, are not in a position to balance out impact versus profit. Sorry, I just wanted to make that point. So why did Meridiam decide to bid for the role as the manager of the IMIF? I think first because we fully share the view that cities and municipal and infranational levels of government are absolutely critical to driving infrastructure projects that will deliver impact to populations. I personally have been a civil servant both at the national level, where I was in charge of concession policy, infrastructure finance at Treasury, and I also spent 10 years working for the city of Paris on concessions and public-private partnerships. And there's no question that it is at the municipal level that you can drive impact. And this is just a personal experience, but I believe it is also something that is very much shared by Meridiam, and was shared by Meridiam when the RFP was launched. Meridiam has been investing in projects both at the national level and at the municipal level. But I think with IMIF, there was an opportunity for us to develop a partnership with UNCDF to more consistently address this segment of the infrastructure market. So I guess the first driver was a shared vision of what the key issues were to deliver impact to local communities, especially in cities. The second reason, I think, is because we believed that Meridiam was a pretty good partner for UNCDF. And I don't think we would have bid if we felt that we weren't the best potential partner. Why do we think that we're a good partner for this? Because I think this goes down to some of what are the key challenges we're facing in delivering cities, the infrastructure agenda of cities. And one of those challenges, there are quite a few, and I'd be happy to discuss them later on, but one of them is that the cities often lack the ability to structure projects and into investable opportunities that can be brought to the financing market, and where both lenders and equity investors are in a position to invest. And this is a challenge, frankly, that I've seen both in a variety of capacities. Frankly, a number of states, including mature OECD governments, struggle to get it right in terms of structuring projects. I could speak of a number of national French projects, to speak of things that I was involved in, which were not structured well enough, and that at the end of the day encountered difficulties when it was a matter of attracting investors. So this problem can be, this is a challenge for governments. It's even more so a challenge for local authorities and for cities. And here, what is needed is, I think, an investment partner that has development capabilities, that can actually take that step earlier in the project preparation process and support cities in developing the projects. Now, if you look at the investor space in the world of infrastructure, there are actually very few investment firms that have that experience, that have that appetite to get involved at an early stage in project preparation. And this is not saying that Meridiam is better than other firms. It's just saying that this is Meridiam's distinctive DNA. It was designed by a group of people who were engineers, who are not financiers, and the company still to this day is very much a firm of engineers. That's why we felt that the Meridian felt that it had the distinctive skill sets that were actually very relevant to some of the challenges that cities are facing in delivering their infrastructure agenda.
Thank you so much, Salim. This is really very spot on, and thank you for saving the time, because I'm going to come back to you with a follow-up question. I want to move to Francois. Dr. Francois, are you online? You can hear us?
Yes, morning, Mohammed.
Good morning. So,
Morning.
Francois, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So the African Territorial Trade and Investment Agency, ATIA, it's yet another investment fund that is currently under development with the specific sole objective to service cities and local governments in Africa. And I want to ask you, what was the rationale for creating this fund? And, you know, I have been following the development of this now for a few years. And throughout your campaigns, you've been really stressing on the fact that it is being designed to be city-led and city ownership in its heart. Why is that so important to you? Can you tell us a little bit more about this? And why is this a city-friendly investment fund? And is this something that is actually can go to scale? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. First of all, I want to thank UNCDF and UCLG for inviting us to this important panel. Yes, about your first question, I think that the rationale behind ATIA is that we want to set up a kind of joint financial vehicle to act as an interface between cities and the capital market. This is very, very important. It's a kind of pooling system to allow more cities that cannot access alone to the capital market to go together and find money. And, you know, we want to stress on the fact that cities must assume greater responsibility in this field by mobilizing more resources to access long-term maturity resources for their investment. It's very, very important. You know, I don't know if you have the same word in English, but in French, we say il faut pas attendre l'alouette rôtie tombée du ciel. This means that don't expect that someone will come and solve your problem. You have to take the responsibility, you know, to find solutions. Just to give you an idea, you know, over the next 30 years, I'm just talking about Africa least urbanized countries. They will have to accommodate the equivalent of twice the population they have accommodated over the last 60 years. And within these countries, you will see that there's a lot of cities multiplying in size and population every 10 years. So all this means that, you know, the investment needed by this huge urbanization is out of proportion to even a multi-year city saving, you know. So it's important to go to the capital market. And we take advantage of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda on Financing for Development. If you remember the chapter 34 on cities. And in this chapter 34 on local government, it says that it's important to link cities and local government to the capital market, you know, to find long-term maturity resources. This is very, very important. This is why we organized in 2017 in Rabat, Morocco, a kind of brainstorming workshop where we bring together DFIs, cities and municipal banks in Europe, rating agencies, development bank in Africa, CFOs of big cities and so and so, where we discuss about what kind of model for Africa, and this pooling system have been analyzed, and we propose how we can set up it. So this is, I will say, your first question. What is the rationale behind?
Can you, Francois, tell us, I mean, what do you mean by city ownership? I mean, how is this fund going to be designed and set up? So cities will become members, they provide financing to the fund. How is this going to work? And I mean, and how are you thinking about securing the financing for this fund? And is this something scalable? So maybe you can just start with this one. We only have 2 minutes left on the clock. So
Okay.
just be precise. Tell me how does it work?
Alors, comment ça marche? Il faut dire que ça marche dans l'actionnariat, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut que les villes soient majoritaires. Effectivement, elles seront majoritaires, même s'il y a d'autres investisseurs qui vont prendre en charge l'autre partie du capital. Et donc, ce qui donne aux villes une importance particulière dans la gouvernance. Donc, on a une partie gouvernance qui est un peu le conseil d'administration dirigé par les villes et collectivités territoriales. Et puis, on a une partie bancaire qui, elle, relève des règles de Ben 3 et puis applique les règles fiduciaires en ce qui concerne les collectivités territoriales. C'est-à-dire que aucune collectivité territoriale ne peut avoir accès si elle n'est pas capable d'emprunter et de rembourser.
Bonjour, Francois. I don't know if you can hear me. It's David here. How are you?
Yes.
Francois, I'm really sorry to ask you this, but you gave a beautiful answer. But I believe not everybody had the time to put their headphones in. And they were so desperate to hear what you had to say because it was a great question that their hands were fumbling and they were not able to get their headphones in time. So could you just summarize briefly what you said in English, if you don't mind? Apologies for that.
No problem. No, I was saying that the majority shareholders will be, the cities and local government. Okay, this will allow them to decide in the governance system, but we will separate. The political governance and the banking part of the vehicle. It's very, very important, to access to these resources of the capital market. A city or a local government must have a kind of a good credit worthiness. It's very, very important for us to have a separate governance body and a kind of banking body. Now, what are the advantages? Very, very important to understand also this. When you go to the capital market, you have some cost to face. But if you are in a pooling system, you have to divide this cost, and it's less than if you are going alone. Also, we are saying that urbanization in Africa is taking place in medium and intermediary cities. But all the cities cannot go to the capital market alone, because if you go to the capital market, you must reach a minimum level of resources. But it's not the case in general for these middle and intermediary cities. If you take the BRVM in Abidjan, for example, if you go there, you have to reach a minimum of 500 million CFA francs. You have a lot of intermediary cities who want to go for 200 million or 300 million, but they can't because there is this minimum level to reach. But a kind of pooling system will be interesting to do. And the last advantage is the lending in local currency, which is very, very important. And as you know, it's avoid risk because lending, borrowing in foreign currency can be very, very risky for cities and local government.
So thank you so much, Francois, and I think this is now more clear. Stay tuned because I'm going to come back to you with a follow-up question, but I want to move quickly to Esther. No, actually, I'm going to move to Priscilla. So I'm going to mix it a little bit because you know how the conversation is going. I think it's really intriguing. Some points here. Both of these funds actually have climate as a main thematic objective, right? And I want to actually come to you now because you very much are following the global landscape on climate finance in specific. I want to ask you, what are the urban climate finance, where are the urban climate finance, let's say, funds coming from right now? And maybe you can just shed light a little bit on this landscape of the climate finance, and maybe you can tell us if there are any challenges in kind of scaling the flows of finance to the local level. Maybe you can come from this angle first.
Great. Thank you so much, Mohamed. Thank you, NCDF, UCLG, FMDV, for inviting us to be a part of this great coalition and discussion. And I think particularly the point that I wanted to bring, so I work for CCFLA, the Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, and we work on the intersection of cities, finance, and climate. And I think climate is actually key when we are talking about the action systems of urban climate finance because it brings up the urgency that we need to tackle climate change. And cities are the front of that let's say, big crisis. So when we're talking about city climate friendly funds, also bringing the climate dimension, it's very important because the challenges are also specific. So we have many different barriers that cities already face trying to get access to finance for their infrastructure project, and when you add up the climate challenge, that you need to face mitigation, adaptation issues, the challenge is double, let's say, particularly on the adaptation side, when we are seeing every day, hearing the papers about the many disasters that's already happening on the city level. And when we're talking about funds and trying to also bring the private sector into the front, it's like not necessarily all of these projects are rentable, how cities can actually make to double, triple the finance that they need access to be able to tackle climate change. So I think that's a bit the challenge we are talking about. I think in terms of specific barriers for tackling the climate issue, we also have a lot of knowledge barriers. So from both sides, not only from the city side, but from the private and the investor side on understanding the sustainable urban infrastructure system, how it works, how the cities operate, and how climate finance actually operates. And on the financial barriers, the lack of creditworthiness that we heard about not only today, but also yesterday, the lack of investor-ready projects, and particularly the point I think that Salim raised is actually having the technical assistant needed to put out these projects, right? Because we also need to consider a lot of different aspects when we are talking about climate mitigation and adaptation. So answering your question on the overview of urban climate finance and then trying to figure it out where the flows are coming from and going to, so to try to figure it out how we can scale local-friendly funds, let's say, if we could define it that way. We have in CCFLA developed in 2021 a report that's called the State of Cities Climate Finance Report. It's the first actual tentative to map how much urban climate investments is being done at the city level. I think I have a Sankey that I sent out because it's very visual, and I'm going to try to help you just to give you the overview. And what we did is try to estimate with project level data how much investment is actually going to the to cities. And the global number we have is that 384 billion US dollars was invested globally from private and public sources into urban investments, so into municipalities, not necessarily just the local governments themselves, but like into what we call the city space, and that's very far from the trillions that we are always talking about. So like there is definitely a big gap in terms of investment on that front. And I think I want to briefly give you 3 messages on the landscape. First, if we take on the sources, so the first column of this Sankey that you definitely are not able to read it because it's very small letters, but what we can see there, and I can summarize, one, of course, there's a lot of unknown data in terms of investment, but the second is most of the investments, so a little bit more than half, are coming from the private sector already. So we have a lot of presence of private investors working on let's say, investing on the climate and retrofit. And by the way, this landscape is developing and developed countries, so it's very much global. But the largest single provider of urban climate investments are still national governments. And what we see there is like the role of public investment to be as an enabler for creating and working on these funds. And this is key, particularly considering the need for TA and technical assistance that cannot come, that needs to be funded in some way. So we definitely see this role of the public sector that is already strong, but needs to be strengthened to enable more private investment. And then if we go into the instruments, what we have learned and we mapped is like equity was one of the most used instruments for financing urban climate projects. It's also considering household purchase of electrical vehicles, residential building energy efficiency measures. So we have that would be like particularly on private investments. Debt and market rate, that's still a very much used instruments while investing on urban climate investments, which is quite interesting, right? We are often talking about concessional funding, but still that on market rate is very much used. And then grants and concessional finance come as a third in terms of like the most used instruments to invest on urban climate finance. And then very quick on where this money is flowing to, we definitely see a trend to East Asian Pacific region. This is definitely moved by China, and a lot of investments in green infrastructure in the last 2 years. This data is from 2017 and 2018, but we, of course, most of the investments still on developed countries, Western Europe, North America, majority of this money being committed in domestic funding, so basically coming from inside, and South Asian, Sub-Saharan Africa are the least invested regions in terms of urban climate finance still. And then on the scale part, and I know I'm a bit late, 2 seconds. We can definitely see there is a lack between mitigation and adaptation. That's an important point. So just from the data that we have, just 9% was invested in adaptation projects. And that's something that we really need to think about when we are discussing climate-friendly investment funds and the role of that in tackling the climate crisis. How can we actually use models and aggregation models to try to integrate different projects with different kinds of the kinds of returns on the project, so they are able to actually be funded in the end.
Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you with a follow-up question, so we try to, as much as we can, be precise. Esther, I'm going to turn to you. So this is the issue, right? You've heard about certain challenges here with regards to the flows, with regards to how investment funds are set up, for Jean-Francois, what the objectives are and what they want to invest in. We heard about gaps. We heard about lack of TA. So this is the situation. I mean, the cities and local governments have tremendous gaps. And these gaps must be translated into investment pipelines. And the investment pipelines need investors. And the investors need bankable projects. And so on and so on and so forth, and nothing is being unlocked. Okay? I mean, barely anything from what we just heard is really flowing down at the end. It's a chicken and egg situation. So just straightforward, what can be done to connect these dots? Is there a solution by which, you know, a magic wand, people, okay, you know what, it's not a chicken and egg situation. There can be something that can be done about it. And most important, how do you find success in the work that you're doing right now as it relates to city kind of friendly investment funds? So maybe just over to you first on the pipeline, realistic approaches to financing cities and models, connecting the dots, and a success from your point of view.
Yes, thank you. So I'm Esther Magyarosi, coming from ICLAI, Local Governments for Sustainability, meaning that it's a city network. We work with more than 2,500 local governments very closely, supporting them in my position with project preparation and accessing finance. And building on all what I heard, I just can confirm, unfortunately, yeah, the gap is there, the gap is huge, also the knowledge gap, the technical gap, the financial gap. So to overcome this, and I'm not sure I have a solution, but we are definitely working on that, and there are ideas and also work ongoing. So in 2015 already we launched the Transformative Actions Program, the so-called TAP, which is a project pipeline and a project preparation facility. So we don't have funds on our own. So basically what we do is trying to facilitate the discussion between the local governments and the investors, because as we heard, they really clearly speak two different languages. So somehow what we are trying to do is to bring these two together. When we talk to the local governments and when we receive their project applications, I mean, they are far not investment ready. I mean, in most of the cases, I would say they are not even project concepts, they are more ideas. So it's such a long, long way to go. And then we already heard also today that there are no investors who are interested to support, to finance those really very early stage projects, which I understand from the investor perspective. It's really a very long way to go from the idea that the project is up to the level that an investor would even look at it. And even projects, when we think they are solid enough, when we scratch the surface, there are so many additional questions coming out and issues that we have to fix. So this is really not easy. And here maybe I also would like to bring in another perspective, that how the system has to really speed up. Definitely you cannot speed up everything, but what we see is that we really act as an enabler, as a matchmaker, and then so for these very early stage projects, we look for project preparation facilities, opportunities to connect them with. And even the fast ones, just the application phase, it takes like months, then the evaluation, then the whole technical assistance starts, and then it's still just such a little piece of the whole project development cycle. And then the projects are applying potentially for another technical assistance, taking again 1 year or so, but meanwhile the other studies prepared are outdated. So somehow we definitely need a system change, and this is just the technical assistance. So when you think about really finance, accessing finance and investments, I mean, the criteria are even more rigid than accessing a technical assistance. So then how to overcome this? We definitely do a lot of capacity building in TAP. We really do it on a demand-driven base. We look for all kinds of financing opportunities for them. So all the instruments you mentioned, we look at those. And to scale it up, to bring it at another level. So last year at COP, in partnership with UNCDF, we launched the idea of the City Bridge facility, where we are trying to offer a solution which is basically a one application process. So to really offer a package, meaning building on our TAP work, the project pipeline, the project sourcing, then we would also connect those projects with, actually we are looking at concessional financing instruments, so really like guarantee, concessional loans, reimbursable grants. So how it is different in our thinking from other instruments being out there. So we really don't want to duplicate here anything. So we really look for collaboration. We really would like to work together with existing other project preparation facilities. We really think about connecting and leveraging finance from other partners and different financing sources. So we really look at a broader picture and collaboration, and I think that's anyway the only way it can work. I was happy hearing that some of you mentioned the issue of the scale, which we definitely also experience with TAP, that investors are usually not interested in small-scale projects. So here in the City Bridge facility, our aim is already to take projects relative small scale, meaning up from 500,000 US dollar already. Of course, also looking at aggregation options, as it was also mentioned today as one of the solutions. And I think maybe one more thing I would like to emphasize on that, the importance is really that the borrowing mechanism that should happen really in local currency and not using foreign currencies. So maybe I stop here.
Thank you so much. So I am going to move to Permanent Secretary Ben. And I'm going to come, as I said, for follow-up questions. So we're going to try to be a bit efficient so we can leave time for questions as well. Permanent Secretary, you've heard a lot now on this panel. And I left, as you say, the best for last, because at the end of the day, you represent the local governments. You represent the gaps and the needs. And if we're doing any of the stuff, we're doing it for the cities of local governments at the end of the day. That's the purpose of this coalition. So my question to you is, one of the things that continuously being flagged by investors worldwide is that they're not coming in because they don't find the enabling environment. They don't find the regulatory reforms in place that are good enough for them to come in. We heard about the gaps vis-a-vis the quality of the projects, the capacity of local governments. We heard about the fact that there are some good projects, but they're not at a stage whereby investors can look at them, including city-friendly investment funds. So they would have to work at an early stage with the city to come in. But there are other aspects that still worries their intervention sometimes, which is related to that. Now, Uganda in specific has done very ambitious reforms, very specifically trying to really create that enabling environment and prepare that investment, let's say, platform. So I want to ask you if you can shed light a little bit on that, on those specific enabling environment and reforms that were done in Uganda. But then I want you to just be specific and tell us about, from your perspective, the challenges that local governments face in financing local development and accessing city-friendly investment funds. And then I want to come back afterwards with a follow-up question. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to give our view. First and foremost, like you have heard, the investment gap is there. And at the same time, opportunities are out there. But I think what has been lacking is the convergence, how both of them meet. Now, one of the issues at hand is that, like in the case of Uganda, the state had taken over the role to develop the infrastructure. But the state, of course, also has to get funds. And mainly these can only be concessional loans or grants, but not private capital. For example, in the last about 6 years, we identified the need for development of big urban markets. And these urban markets were going to be renovated after 50 years because they had been put up in the 1950s. Uganda now has 10 cities and 31 municipalities, and so far we have been able to mobilize funds and put up big urban markets in all the 10 cities plus the headquarters. That makes 11. Actually, 2 of them have 2 big markets, and then 9 out of 11 have each a big market. But in the remaining 31 municipalities, we have been able to put up markets in 8, and we are planning to put markets in another 8. But this is now capital mobilized by the state, which is, of course, through concessional loans. Now, the biggest challenge has been that one of the reasons for not attracting private capital is, of course, as identified, you don't find bankable projects. And therefore, my view is that the only thing we can make a breakthrough to have a convergence of this private capital or other capital from facilities as mentioned here and this need, we need to go back on the products which helped us to break even. And one of them was the project preparation facilities. We need to identify resources and pick case studies and then put in resources. And if this one breaks through, it will become a demonstration site. Because many times one of the challenges is that people are saying, how far can we go? We may not go far. So for us to succeed, we need to have project preparation facilities. We invest in some areas, support local governments to be able to have bankable projects, and they attract private capital, and this would serve as a demonstration site which will make now local governments on their own to try to invest and mobilize resources to be able to attract private capital or capital from a number of other products. Mohammed, you mentioned about some of the challenges which, before I go to challenges, there are a number of opportunities. Like in Uganda, we have a very good legislative environment. In our laws for local governments, it's clearly stated that the council is the highest political authority in its area of jurisdiction. And therefore, if a good product came, this council can really sit, legislate, and approve that work plan and approve that project, and it would be respected because the councils have powers to make plans and make policies and make budgets and approve them as the highest political authorities. But also, if you work with national governments and national governments accept, again, the law says that councils shall ensure compliance and implementation of government policy. So like now in the area of urban markets, if a good product came, and because we are already upgrading and reconstructing markets in Uganda, for those remaining urban authorities, I can assure you that that kind of product could be able to be taken. The only difference would be in some of them, it's completely 100% free resources because the state has the liability, but now for these ones, would be looking at local governments have liabilities. Now, the other issue, of course, as a challenge, of course, we said it yesterday, is the capacity of our technical people to design bankable projects. So we also need to invest into building the capacity of our technical staff. But then secondly, also I mentioned yesterday, the issue of the mindset change. We need to also invest in the political leadership in local governments which are under the centralization system, for them to appreciate why we are talking about this shortcut, because if you are going to wait for public capital or public finance, you may take ages. But if you take private capital, you will be able to finance the investment gap and you will get returns over the time period. So to me, as a practitioner, I'm very optimistic that once we really deal with the short-term challenges, one, the technical capacity, the mindset change on the political leadership to approve those policies, and also to provide project preparation facilities so that it works, to see what works, and of course to create demonstration sites. We shall be able to now have the private capital meet the investment gaps in local governments, and we shall be able to address these issues.
Thank you so much, Permanent Secretary. This is a good link now to just a very quick follow-up. Now, you mentioned, Salim, your ability to engage with the project at an early start. How? Are these funds that, basically Meridiam puts from its own, how can Meridiam actually work in an early stage, with the projects? So how are you set up to do that? Let's say to support Uganda in this case. Over to you.
Well, this is something that Meridiam has always tried to do to a certain extent. And so this was basically development capital that was spent by Meridiam in providing early stage support. Now, obviously, there's quickly a limit to what we can do on the basis of traditional funds and the amount of development capital that we can put at risk on such projects. That's why for IMF, IMF has taken this logic of providing not just the technical support that Meridiam can bring, but also the financial support for early stage project preparation to another level, where we now have a catalytic capital fund, which is available to provide early stage financing and pre-financing for a significant share of the preparation work that needs to go into projects. So this is a 20 million euro facility that is available to support projects. And obviously this puts us in a much better position to engage in this early stage project preparation, because this is capital that is specifically earmarked for this purpose. And therefore, we are in a position to bring projects then for investment, which are more secured, which are better structured, and therefore we reduce the development and also the execution risk for the investors at the end of the day.
Thank you, Salim. Priscilla, I want to ask you a follow-up. Go ahead. You seems like there's something burning you want to build up on. Maybe it's the same. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was very interesting conversation, and I was like hearing what everyone is saying. It's like, I think definitely the early stage project preparation is a challenge. We have been working with a lot of different project preparation facilities in CCFLA, including TAP, but others, for example, such as the GAP Fund, which is one project preparation facility led by EIB, GIZ, and the World Bank, being implemented by these partners. And the role is to invest into ideas and try for them to become projects, so very, very early stage. And what we see, which is potentially also a gap in the project preparation market, is that you have different project preparation facilities working, investing into developing projects, and even those projects not necessarily get financed. And we see a couple of problems there. One, not necessarily when the projects are developed, they are structured thinking about potential financing sources that could come into those. So I think we have one problem that comes even through the, even before, which is even the projects that are being invested and receiving TA don't necessarily get the funding. So what we were trying to do in CCFLA, working very closely with implementers, like how can we connect project preparation facilities so the pipeline continues if they cannot give further support. So this is one point. And I just wanted to add another one that I think is relevant, and thinking about a bit of what David was saying. So like, how can we think further rather than just the discussion we have here, like things that we can do, that we could do, and we could use potentially the Malaga Coalition also to support it. So we have been very active on the discussions about the role of multilateral development banks and how now through COP and for the climate discussions, there have been a lot of pressures on MDB reform, thinking about climate specifically. And the question we ask ourselves is like, okay, if we're saying that most of the changes needs to happen at the local level, we need to be talking about how this concessional funding from MDBs should be getting and arriving at the local level, and they're not. So like, how can they are, but not necessarily enough and not necessarily in the right format. So I think another discussion for the climate-friendly funds that we need to do is like how this ongoing funds and this ongoing money that's already there for the MDBs could be more useful and actually channeled to, one, support potentially private sector actors that already want to do and want to make a change, and be able to support more TA. So it's a big,
Thank you, Priscilla. I'm going to ask the last question here, and then we're going to open it to the audience. Yeah, so this is basically the last question. So this is the situation from the discussion here. There are gaps, there are solutions, there are challenges, there are opportunities, yet they're not interconnected. At the scale of increasing partnerships among all the different players, it becomes probably cheaper to do business. You'll have more knowledge in terms of access. You have a larger pipeline to consider and more opportunities for investors to kind of even crowd in other investors to come. So one of the challenges that I'm seeing is each party are looking at the problem from their own angle. And so you're sourcing a pipeline. I'm sourcing a pipeline. She's sourcing a pipeline. He's sourcing a pipeline. But the thing is, we're probably all sourcing towards the same objective, but we're only looking from one angle. So it becomes very expensive for me to do operation, very expensive for you to do operation, very expensive for you to do operation. You're running a fund and taking on an early stage development. The issue is that if there were increased partnerships, you know, maybe through this Malaga Coalition, whereby you're actually joining pipeline intelligence and resources, joining the preparatory resources that are available among agencies, partner with local institutions and institutionalize capacity so they can actually produce better pipeline, and then at the same time further utilize investment funds that can crowd in through this business model, it becomes cheaper, economically more productive, and let's say usable for all, rather than actually being expensive in its own. Astrid, I want to ask you the question, why is this not happening? You mentioned there's now a new attempt of bringing those pipelines and partnerships together through the city bridge. Do you think this is scalable? Do you think this is possible? Do you think the Malaga Coalition is a platform for us to actually, maybe over the next 12 months, David said, what can we do over the 12 months to say, okay, let's really just take a step back and join forces. Do you think this is possible?
I do hope it's possible, but I also think it's not easy either. And here I'm also building on our TEP experience, where we also tried and still trying to create a partnership. So we have a lot of TEP partners so that we brought on board working together for the same objective, and the partnership is very diverse. So there are UN agencies, financing institutions, other city networks, and honestly, yeah, and of course, yeah, we can also discuss why, but it's not working at the level, the collaboration between the partners as it should. So we have to be, I think, very much aware of that each and every partner and organization, they have different priorities. Potentially they work with different donors, there are different criteria, so somehow I think it will only work if we really manage to bring everybody really on the same page to agree. Oh, okay. Okay. So I think this can work, but then I think what's the biggest challenge is, and we will have to work on, how to have one joint common goal of all these partners, because otherwise everybody will just continue following his or her own agenda and not really working together.
And who
so
convenes it too?
This is what we have to work on.
Absolutely. Salim.
Yes, I wanted to react to that because I definitely think that the coalition, the Málaga Coalition, can be extremely powerful because it brings together so many institutions and different stakeholders who are involved. And I can understand that there's a frustration in that we say, we have all these key stakeholders around the table, how come we're not able to more effectively bridge the gap between the projects and the financing? Now, I don't know if we can set up partnerships with multiple stakeholders, because my fear is that you end up with something that is adding a level of complexity to project management, but we're happy to look at how this could work. One thing, though, that I think is not an alternative, but certainly a good complement to anything we might do on the partnership front, is building a clearer shared understanding of some of the key issues involved in allocating projects to different financing or funding sources. And here, I think, what am I thinking about? I'm thinking about issues as simple as, and I'm sure nobody in this room confuses funding with financing, but many people do. And sometimes we get caught up, even people who know the difference, get caught up in confusing the two. And it's really important to understand, and we're lucky, the beauty of the English language is that it has two different words for funding and for financing, whereas in France we only have one word, financement, which introduces a lot of confusion structurally. But funding and financing are different things. Investors will bring financing. Investors will not pay for projects. So when funding is determining who pays for projects. Investors, whether they're lenders or whether they're equity investors, will not pay for the project. They need somebody to pay for the project so they can get their money back. So the question is, and it's often confused. So funding who pays a project? There can only be two payers. The users of an infrastructure, of an asset. So are there commercial revenues that can be generated by the asset, or the public sector, the taxpayer? There are only two sources of funding. And I think if we can drive that point together and be very clear about that, we can avoid unrealistic expectations about where private finance can be a solution or not. You were mentioning the challenges of climate adaptation. The structural problem of adaptation is that it requires defensive spending. You need to spend more money just to be able to continue to function normally. The problem is that there's no business model for that. So we can be creative, but at the end of the day, defensive spending will require some kind of public money because there's no business model involved. And the second thing where we need to develop, I think, a shared understanding is understanding what type of projects, for what type of projects it makes sense to try to obtain private financing. Because when we're saying private financing, we're not saying private financing, debt financing of the city. We're saying, what we're talking about is project-specific financing, either through debt or through equity, and usually both at the same time. Now, Clearly, if you're going to mobilize private financing, this will only be rational and economic, and it will, at the end of the day, only happen for certain types of projects. So projects of a sufficient scale, so we need, and you know, we're certainly happy to participate maybe in some kind of common work where we could maybe try to describe the basic characteristics of projects where it makes sense to try to look for private financing. But if we are trying to look for, if we're letting governments and cities assume that maybe there can be private financing for a project that is $1 million, $2 million, even $5 million, that's not going to happen. It doesn't happen in mature economies. There is no private financing for a 5 million project in Europe. It won't happen in Africa. It won't happen in other areas. Sure. So let's build that common understanding.
Fully agree on some of these points, but there are also different financing streams and sources. Domestic resource mobilization would be happy to look at $1 million project or a $5 million project or a $500,000 project or $100,000 project. So here we're talking about, you know, different financing mechanisms. And I think that goes to your first point is, you know, we need to identify the projects and the financing mechanisms that are most appropriate for that type of investment. And I think that's the key. There's the issue of the pipeline, there's the issue of cooperation, and there's the issue of the financing mechanism most appropriate for the type of project and investment. So I think, you know, we actually run out of time for the panel here. So I want to leave some room for questions from the audience. So if you do have questions, I'll take 4 questions only. So I have David Jackson, I have Billy there, and I have, I'll take FMDV. You decide which one is going to be, which one of you. And then I'll take one more question. So David, do we start with you?
Maybe online as well, maybe one online.
I do have one online that I would like to take. It's actually specific for the IMF, and I'll read it loud in a second. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for great moderation and a really good panel so far. And I'd like to pick up on Salim's recent comments, because in fact, I was writing down some pretty similar notes, and I was going to make some very similar comments. So I really thank you for that. You've already saved 5 minutes from the session times, because I was going to, but just to add and maybe complement what you were saying to some extent. I think, well, first, I think you're completely right, and there is, since the Addis Ababa Financing for Development agenda was approved, there has been a misconception amongst many people, including many governments, that the phrase bringing the private sector in solves the problem. In fact, at the Habitat 3 conference in Quito, there was a Minister of Finance said, and you know, Minister of Finance of a country, this is great now, because we don't need to give, referring to paragraph 34 of the, we don't need to give any more fiscal transfers to our local governments. We can just bring the private sector in. Now, that, of course, is ridiculous, but in modified forms, you still today hear that, that understanding, which is a misunderstanding. And even when we say things like, well, there is $4 trillion out there, or billion, trillions, mega, gazillions of dollars out there, why don't we just bring it in? There is still, you can't just bring it in because it's not going to solve most of the problems that need to be solved, or many of them. So it doesn't matter how many gazillions there are out there, bringing those in doesn't solve the problem, because they're not designed to solve the problem when it comes to public goods. So if we've all studied economics, a public good, you know, it's a good that we all share. You can't opt out of it. You get a free ride on it. A road is a public good, and climate adaptation is inherently a public good. All cities, all built environments, the city is a public good. It's a classic public good, like the police force, like the army, in some countries like the health system. So a city itself is a public investment, a platform for private activity. It's a platform for social life. It's a platform for human life. But the irrigation system of the Nile is a public good. And that served the Egypt for centuries. But it was, you know, it's always been kind of publicly governed and managed. So the question is, I think in the Málaga Coalition we understand that because we have a whole element on intergovernmental fiscal transfers and on own source revenue, but then which are public finance, and also on the guarantee funds, which can also, because if you like, subsidized lending is a kind of form of public finance to some extent, so we can look at that as well. But then when it comes to bankable projects, financeable projects, transformative projects, I think it was really good idea to maybe narrow this down a little bit. So in our kind of publication, we have this concept of a financeable transformative project rather than a bankable one. So financeable means it repays the financing, or it can be, or it repays the financing or funding. It can be funded or financed. So a road built by public money will repay that public money through increased economic activity, increased tax receipts, greater fiscal space, more private sector activity, farmers using the road. So it's financeable in the sense it's not a waste of money. But it's not bankable in the sense that it's not something Meridian would do or any fund would do, because it's not going to give you a return for a loan directly, perhaps. So I think it's good to distinguish between bankable and financeable, and then transformative. So what we're looking for are transformative projects, which may be bankable or they may be financeable in other ways. So a bankable project is financeable, but a public investment is also financeable because it repays the... So, and perhaps that's where we could work with you on that, I think. Thank you for that offer. And it would be good if one of the investment funds was also coming up to kind of dispel this myth, because a lot of investment funds try to encourage that myth. Exactly. And just to, there was one at the CCFLA meeting in London recently, another so-called city-friendly investment fund, but was not very city-friendly, came up to me in the reception and said, "That's really great. I'm so happy you're working with cities. You've got to help us persuade these mayors to squeeze more profit out of these projects, and they've got to understand we've got to take off all these elements. You know, we just need the revenue stream." Quite a predatory conversation. And so that's not the idea of a city-friendly investment fund at all. But it was dressed up as one. And the conversation was, unless we do this, we're not going to get the billions into the city. But no, because as you pointed out, getting the billions into the city is not going to solve that particular problem that the city is wanting to solve. You can build 5,000 shopping malls and get billions into the city, so David, but you're still left with a problem.
That's a question for 5 now.
I'll finish that.
You're just taking 5 people's time.
No, so David, we want the name of the city-friendly, unfriendly fund. You'll tell us later. No, very quickly, I think I disagree. I agree with part of what you just said, and I think we need to push private investors. And just because there will be no market for them in a few decades. So I think we are going to see that the private investors will go up front in the financing value chain through ways that we did not yet found. But that will happen because they need to go and share the knowledge on financial engineering. The issue we have on all our discussion, I think, here, is that there is no capacity in the cities. There is no capacities in the ministries for financial engineering. What you just said in Quito, it was a minister from finance. So you can see that we have some very concrete issues there on the human resources that would allow to put some oil in the mechanics of what we are discussing here. If we don't bring financial engineering in the process, for having also greater convening power and negotiation power from the mayors and the governors and even the ministries in urban development space. I'm not talking about the finance ministries. But so this is also a very important element to bridge the gap, the relationship gap and partnership gap between the PPFs, the funds, etc. We need that capacity. It's human resources. It's very basic, and this is what helped in the developed countries to set up the financial architecture that we need for the global south now. And just to comment, this is why We're working on the Urban Opportunity Fast Forward Initiative as FMDV, and it will be launched at COP. And we will have a design phase where we'll be bringing in partners to support the process of strengthening that very specific capacity at the country level. If we get there, then you will get the market you need, but you will probably need to support this dynamic to make sure that we redesign also the market's conditions and the financial engineering.
Thank you, Carlos. So we're going to take one question there, and then I want to give 1 minute to each panelist to respond. And I do have a question online that I would have to read loud after this, but go ahead.
Sure. No, thanks so much, and it builds on the issue that I think Salim set off a firestorm with his final comment. To be very clear about the difference between financing and funding. And in part, therefore, we need to think, is financing the binding constraint? And to some degree, it seems that there is this assumption there is. Then the second, and local government will somehow pay for it. And then we're going to come up with a list of projects that look good because they resolve climate issues, and therefore that's good, and therefore there must be funding somewhere. Someone's going to then fund it. My question is funding the binding constraint? Maybe that's the better question. And then the better question yet is, we assume local governments have funds because this is their function, we read the law, this is your responsibility, but in many countries around the world there's a gap between the legal or de jure functional assignment and the de facto assignment. And so yes, the law says, and Jane spoke to it yesterday in the case of health, and it happens in water and other sectors, the law says this is your responsibility, but then governments allocate their money, it goes to the central government and the ministry does it, and the local government de facto doesn't do many, many things. So I would caution a little bit, A, are we just wish listing instead of budgeting and planning? Because then there's a risk we're wasting our time. And B, is the challenge that we are mistaking either a financing gap and a funding gap for a functional assignment problem, where the de facto functional assignment on the issues we care about around climate are actually de facto a central government issue, because in many of the countries we work, the central government has decided in practice not to decentralize the resources to the local level to fund the public actions that people deserve. And if that's the problem, we need to be very careful, because we can spend a lot of time talking about these things without actually coming up with actionable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to just give 1 minute to each panelist to respond, and the question to you to respond to is from online. The second conference of the Málaga Coalition has launched the IMF. Meridian was selected in 2022 as a fund manager. Could we have an overview of the projects and countries which already got funding or processing of the IMF? What are the approval process? It's important for us to know how the Málaga Coalition is working towards that. So maybe you can respond to that question, and then a minute each for the panelists to respond to anything else. Go ahead.
So the IMF has been active now for. We held our first financial close of the fund last December, in December 2022. But the fund had been actively looking for projects. So we have quite a robust pipeline of projects that we've identified on the Meridian side in Africa. Especially where we have actually held a commercial close for our first project in Mauritania, with the city of Nouakchott, which is a project to protect the coastline from rising sea levels. Quite an innovative project. Probably don't have time today to go into that, but there have been a few press releases about the project, and you'll find information about that on LinkedIn and various social media. So that's our first project. We have a number of other projects that we are looking at in mobility, in places like Senegal with the city, with Dakar, in Ivory Coast for social infrastructure, also looking at projects in South Africa in the fiber space. So various things that are in the pipeline and that we're looking at. And obviously also working through the origination channel from UNCDF and its network of partners, where we've held a first review of projects, and you could actually speak to that, obviously, Mohammed, as you were involved, held a first review of a number of projects and are currently zeroing down on one at this point, which we're commencing active development work. Am I at liberty to say where this is, or is this, so this is in the Gambia, in one of the districts of Greater Banjul, where a number of projects are currently being reviewed, transport, mobility projects, and projects for the redevelopment of markets.
Thank you so much, Salim. Esther.
So maybe just a reaction on what was heard. So someone mentioned the three levels, like transformative, bankable, financeable. So in the transformative actions program.
Speak closer to the microphone.
Yes, I just noticed. So, so speaking about these three levels of being transformative, bankable, and financeable. So in the transformative actions program, as you can guess from the name, our main focus is on being transformative. So that's also our main criteria when we screen the projects and we approve them in the pipeline. And our big lessons learned is that this is clearly not enough. So now we are really rethinking all our screening criteria, because definitely no investor would just pick up a project because it has a real transformative impact, high potential and high impact potential. So I mean, this is clearly, unfortunately, not enough. And then maybe also a reaction on the strengthening the capacity at country level. So this is something what we at ICLEI also work on, and we definitely see. So we do a lot of work around, multi-level governance, vertical integration, really connecting the two levels, because particularly working in the Global South countries, this is anyway the only way to go. So maybe quickly just that.
Permanent Secretary.
Yeah, thank you very much. Two things. The first one, I want to support what Dave Jackson has said. I think we need to look at the transformative financeable. In any case, private capital should have corporate social responsibility. So once in a while, they don't have to go for bankable, which is normally bending towards profit. The second issue is to make an appeal that, like Uganda, we have the capacity to attract projects if conditions could be fair. The first one is affordable housing projects in cities. We have made cities, we have created cities, and the real market for affordable housing investments is available there for both staff and urban dwellers. So that one, if we can get some affordable capital, we can really attract it in Uganda for the housing project. The second opportunity is waste management. We could maybe benefit from climate finance products. And of course, the third one is the urban markets, because I mentioned out of 41, we have just invested in about 29. And that one is most demanded because through the government invested in markets, the product is demonstratable. It has been demonstrated. And then finally, on the question of capacity, yes, we all agree there is no capacity in local governments, but if it's enhanced, for example, because of the loans we get, which are normally embedded with consultancy support on designs and supervision, we have been able to implement these markets, and they have been ranging between $4 million to $8 million in those cities we have been put in markets. So in other words, it's not that it's zero capacity, but once there is support, then local governments can really participate and implement these projects. And therefore, we are only looking on enhanced support. But I don't want to create an impression that there's no capacity at all in local governments, because we have demonstrated between 4 million to 8 million projects, and they have been able to be done by supervising consultants for design and supervision, working with central government, Ministry of Local Government, and also the local governments. Thank you.
Priscilla, you get the final word.
Yeah, Thanks for the final word. I wanted just to give a quick reaction on the discussions we were having about the role of the private sector and versus public good that Salim started. And I think we need to bring also the complexity. What is the private sector? There's no one type of entity, like you have asset managers, you have commercial banks, you have even insurances that works in a completely different way that could also respond and to specific challenges, particularly on adaptation. So I think the big question is like how these different actors can work together, or not necessarily together, but at the same time to respond to something that it's not going to be able to be responded just from the public sector. So I think the responsibilities from the public side, of course, they exist down there, as I mentioned before, to enable more of the investments, to discuss risk, but we also need different types of private sector institutions trying to find solutions and being implicated in, and then I will put again, finalize with the climate crisis, and participating in trying to find solutions from that front. So I think that will be my
So
final
colleagues,
word.
thank you so much. We have come to the end of this panel. We can go on for hours. I mean, you can tell how heated the debate can get and how complex this issue is, but at the same time, how passionate people are saying the message of let's work together. So I stop at that. I thank all the panelists, also the colleagues online and the participants online and the guests around the room. And I think we're off to the coffee break, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you so much.
Thank you, great panel. We're actually 15 minutes ahead of schedule. So let's bank that, and we'll come back at 11 o'clock. But we're 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, so I think we'll start this next session now, if that's okay. The good news was that we finished the last session 15 minutes early. But now, of course, we're starting this session 15 minutes late. So we've gone back to the comfort zone of being a little bit behind schedule. So over to you, Jaffa. The floor is yours.
Thank you, David. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I can see that we are talking about guarantees because everybody decided it's time to take a break and do their calls and stuff. We'll try and make it less technical because once you start talking about instruments at this level, it can get quite a bit technical. At the same time, we took the approach of not preparing any PowerPoints or presentations, so this is a pure chat about discussion about these issues. Hopefully we can, as much as we can, make it a bit more clear. The aim of the panel is to discuss guarantees and how that helps to unlock access to capital, especially for local infrastructure, and how it mitigates risk and enhance credit, and to some extent equities. I think that the panel before us have hinted a little bit on these issues. We should take it further. But I also want us to discuss a couple of things. The first one, we are discussing about cities here, right? And majority of developing country cities need a concessional or public funded instrument. So yes, it's guarantees, but you will see on this table, majority of it is we are talking about the concessional level and public funded one. And then the second part that I wanted to put in your technical hats is whether financiers, I don't want to go back to Salim's point, which I know it will come later, but when they provide financing, whether guarantee is the reason or not, right? Do people fund because of the guarantee, or the underlying has to be, it has to make sense? And I want us to tease this point a little bit, and especially on the context of municipalities in Africa. And the third thing that I think it's important is COVID. I think we saw a lot of research yesterday and in the discussion how much COVID has really affected the financial health of municipalities on both sides. Revenues went down because it was hardly able to collect, but at the same time costs went up because a lot of these municipalities were fast responders to the discussion. So that is just to set up the dialogue. I want to introduce our panel. I will let each one to mention their names and their institutions, and then we will go in another round, what is the role, but just so that people can appreciate. We also have one panelist online, Mr. Edwin from Indonesia. Just to confirm if you are online.
Well, Mr. Edwin is not available, so he asked me to join in this dialogue. I'm Darwin.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you can hear us and be able to follow the discussion?
Yes, Crystal.
Thank you. Quick introduction. We'll start with Lars.
Hello, I'm Lars Grunwald, and I'm from the European Commission, the Director General for International Partnerships, and coming from a section called Urban Development Thematic Unit.
Thank you. Dr. Jane?
Good morning. I'm Jane Kiringai. I work at the Office of the Deputy President in charge of international partnerships. Thank you.
Tuka?
Hello, my name is Tuukka Salvinen, and I come from Finland, the Municipal Guarantee Board. Nice to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anders?
Good morning. My name is Anders Berlin. I'm heading the investment platform for the least developed countries at UNCDF.
Nicholas?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nicolas Pinvin from Fitch Ratings, where I head the global team in charge of public finance, which means local and regional governments and public companies.
Thank you. So we have quite interesting capabilities here on the table, those who issue and use guarantees and those who provide support from the public. Maybe we start with Lars to just set up our discussion. Over to you, Lars.
Okay, thank you, Jaffa. And first of all, thanks for inviting the Commission to join this. We're very happy to be here in the Málaga Coalition. I have to say the European Commission is, and the international partnership is mainly focused on government-to-government relations, and most of our engagement is at government level. Obviously, we engage with local authorities through various policy forums, and we have a number of instruments that target the cities and local government directly. So with that hat on, I think it's a very important forum here, and I very appreciate it, because I think this shining the light on the need for a different approach to financing, that we just don't pool it into the overall financing challenges, but recognize that there is a need for special approaches and a special way to bring that forward. And also as a forum for having this exchange has been greatly appreciated. Anyway, let me see, today here what the point was a little bit to talk about the guarantees, and the reason I didn't do that is that we have recently, well that means in 2021, launched a very large guarantee instrument called the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus, as we had a smaller one called European Fund for Sustainable Development without the plus. But it's scaled up very much in funds, it's scaled up in geographical coverage, and it's scaled up in the sectors covered. So what I wanted to briefly do was I have to put it in frame of this overall, because this is not just for cities or local governments, this is overall guarantees we are using. And I think it's important to see that in that context, at least how we approach this. Secondly, there's been a number of proposals for using these guarantees for investment in urban areas. And this in some way gives a good illustration of what are the ways this instrument is foreseen to be deployed, and maybe also pointing to some of the challenges. And then in the end, maybe reflect about some of the issues that we are dealing with or working with on the moment on this to bring that forward. First on the European Fund for Sustainable Development, this is a large idea, of course, reflecting that the grant will never be enough to support investment into the sustainable development goals. And like many others, we are seeking to see how can we use our grants to leverage the mobilization of funds. And the European Fund for Sustainable Development, EFDS Plus, basically works with two instruments. One is blended finance, and the other is the guarantees. The blended finance obviously to make the lending from the DFIs more affordable for the lender, but maybe also many times we use it to advance certain goals that might not be pursued without the blending in the same way. That means social inclusion, it could be more focus on the environmental outcomes or climate change, and using the incentives that comes in providing the blending part and make that form. The guarantees, of course, the main purpose is to de-risk investments both from lenders and equity of mainly private capital, but also other third-party providers, and use this guarantee. And the way it has been put into place is that we are not a bank, so we will not be able to give us guarantee to a city and say, please raise your funds, because that would make us that we will have to make this, credit assessment, which we are obviously, we have to follow it, but we are not a bank. This is clear. So what we've done is to identify the European Development Financing and a number of other international development finance institutes, including UNCDF, but also regional banks, and in some way have been verified that they are eligible for bidding. Then they've been asked to come in with bids to propose how could they use such a guarantee instrument. And this was covered by various sectors like digital, energy, and sustainable cities. And then this was launched in 21. We got 71 proposals, not for individual transactions, but for what we call a program of transactions, saying we are working in that sector, we will cover all these countries, and this is how we want to use a guarantee. 41 of these were selected, and they are in the contracting period, and hopefully they will be signed very soon. This is what has been said, and certainly the first one before Christmas. In total, what this first round was it's substantial funds, because the first round was 6.8 billion euro in guarantees. And totally it could be up to 13.8 that had been allocated for such guarantees. But as I said, covering a much broader angle in the cities. The DFIs will then organize with how they want to use the guarantees, but of course, given the guidance that lies in what the contractual framework we have with them. They will have to pay for using the guarantee fee, which then can be reduced if the guarantees are used in some way in line with policy objectives. So there's an attempt to make an incentive structure by going to maybe more vulnerable countries, going to more, again, social, environmental outcomes in this year. Anyway, on this, let me say a little bit briefly, there was this window on sustainable cities, and where there came in a number of proposals, and just to quite briefly say what are some of the ways this has been proposed. And the biggest program here of proposal was from UNCDF to work both in Africa and Southeast Asia, and with a guarantee amount up to 154 million, I think, euros, so still a very substantial element. And there the key instrument, or whatever use it, would be like to bonds, city-level bonds, or the water bonds, as was exemplified yesterday from Tanzania, for example, at that type of operations. We have already signed one agreement, just totally different, with AFD, that is called City RIS, targeting sub-Saharan Africa. And there the idea is to use the guarantee to facilitate that local banks will extend funding to the cities. And that in some way would obviously, it has to be allowed in the country. That's certainly not all countries this is feasible. Most it is not. But the argument is that often the local banks are not so engaged in that lending operation, and according to AFD, that the perceived risk is probably much higher than the actual risk, and that's why you use the guarantee in some way to open up such a capital market. Or in those places where it already exists, extend maturities, extend lending to more marginal municipalities. There's also been, which has been a bit of a discussion internally, the proposal to use the guarantee to extend subnational lending of it for the DFI themselves to cities. And there, part of the argument has been the idea with the EFDS Plus is to raise private sector capital. But in the urban area, we see this as actually a very valid use of the guarantee, because if one can reach out to cities that otherwise would not have access to subnational lending, this would prepare them for all the going through the processes of being able to take such a loan. All the controls and the systems that has been in place is a way to move them to the private sector, where it might be a step too far to say, no, you have to bring in the private sector. So again, this is also how it will be used, and particularly AFD and EBRD will pursue such things. Obviously, as we discussed here, the PPPs could be a way, and that has also been proposed, to use the guarantee to make a PPP more attractive to a private bidder, that the guarantee would ensure that they would get the payment or part of the payment from the contracting party from the government side. And lastly, the things as city, now we discussed city-friendly funds, but city investment funds, with a proposal to have a fund that bring in different investors, and then that will find city projects in cities with a return, etc., that can be invested in, but where the guarantee would be used to secure part of the fund's return, so maybe not a first loss, but a second tranche of losses, and that would make it more attractive for investors to put money into the fund. So in some way help to fund money that can go into such a city investment fund. So very different ways to do it, and it's basically, the instrument is quite flexible. It's up to the banks or DFIs to propose this here. We have put out the instrument, and then for the market actors and the DFIs to find the best way to bring this forward. I'll keep my time, hopefully, but maybe just a little bit on the issues, I think, what we see in this year. First of all, as was already mentioned by Jaffa, there's many places in an urban context that the guarantees are not applicable. So when we talked about extending lending to local banks to cities, this is mostly starting out in South Africa, and not really then slowly maybe work to other countries. So there's a lot of focus on still where is it we actually need guarantees, where do we need blending or other instruments. We also had other cases of PRT where actually could be to bring in a concessionaire for buying the rolling material and operating it, but where the question was not to have a guarantee for it, but actually have a blending to be able to balance the additional costs of buying electric buses. So again, a funding issue more than the guarantee issue here. So this is one thing. Secondly, what we see, obviously, coming here, operation in cities is often long and complex to materialize. And if you compare that, this becomes a issue when we compare to many of the other windows for this guarantee, where it might be much easier to move to a large energy project where there's clearly defined stream, etc. So there's clearly will potentially be some competition of who can actually deliver on this guarantee, and this is where it matters that it's into a large set of other guarantees. It's not just allocated, fixed that this year will go to the cities. There has to be offtake to in some way demonstrate that this is used for this instrument. The political uncertainty and so is well known, and how the private sector see this as more volatile. We obviously try to reduce some of that risk by often providing funds for upstream work. That means to preparation of projects, so this is still grant funded. And the last thing we are working with is very much to try to see, can we link this instrument that the DFIs are working with what we are doing in the delegation, because we provide lots of funds and many programs on urban development in our delegations through our traditional programs, and most of these has as aim also to lead to investments. So in some way, how to link these two streams and get more interaction, so in some way they can draw on each other, because also for mobilizing the guarantees, the funds that actually are available inside the national programs are important. For the national programs, the fact of bringing things further to a financing is important. So this is also how to coordinate these things. So, and this is what we would love to have this debate on here. Where is it, how to overcome these challenges? So very happy to join this. And I'll stop here. Thanks, Jeff.
Wow, thank you, Lars. I think that sets the panel discussion pretty well. It's quite a large guarantee facility. If just the first portion is 6.8 billion euros, I think there's a room to play in that sandbox enough to actually show where it's going. I like that it's quite flexible. It covers quite different financial instruments and those who need capital. And therefore, how the DFIs and UNCDF, which were given the right to apply the guarantee, how they structure it so that it becomes usable into the beneficiary, which is the cities on the ground, will be another point of discussion, I think. I like the last point you are discussing, the ability to link between country programs in the delegation and national program, and I think this is something we can hear the voice from countries, national programs that need the guarantees and the access to it, right? Because they can go through the EU delegation within the countries and request for something like this. Maybe to Nicholas, just your view on access to this public funding and how that guarantee works. This is, it seems like it's your bread and butter.
Thank you very much, Jaffa. I think it's helpful indeed to take a step back and place this discussion against the backdrop of access to financing and the challenges that municipal entities, not only governments, but also their related entities, may face in accessing borrowing. I think the challenges are of four types. The first one may be a little bit counterintuitive, but many of you here are familiar with it. It is the restrictions put in place by the government, by the central government. I would summarize that by saying very often it is the central government that does not trust its subnational governments and places restrictions in their capacity to access financing. In Latin America, for example, it is a bit counterintuitive. The highest rating we have for sovereigns is Chile. And Chile is a country where subnational governments cannot borrow externally. Spain and Italy are examples in Europe where there are restrictions. They can borrow, but not exactly the way they wanted and the way they used to in the past. China is the poster child example of that, where only recently the provinces were authorized to borrow, but still everything below them, thousands of governments are still prevented, restricted from borrowing. They can only borrow through intergovernmental lending. So that's the first impediment. The second one is when lenders do not trust local governments. That is the kind of obvious and intuitive issue, and they require protection. Obviously, guarantees may be one of those protection instruments, but there are others. Just let me mention Mexico, which put in place a very sophisticated scheme where governments pledge in federal transfers in order to access borrowing. And it can only be in the domestic borrowing against that. The third challenge is a little bit a variant. It is when financing is accessible, but it's just not economic. And I think Turkey is a good example of that, where most smaller governments would not be able to tap the domestic banks offering, and they would only go to the national development institution, ILA Bank, with subsidized rates. My notes got a glitch. The last example is when financing seems accessible, but is with hidden risk. It can be unhedged risk, structured products, whatever. China, again, is a poster child for that. You may have heard about the local government financing vehicles, thousands of entities borrowing billions of debt, which is now called hidden debt by the central authorities. A huge capital market problems, by the way, something that could destabilize China if not correctly addressed by government and monetary authorities. France is an example. Yves Millardet mentioned that yesterday. The structured products crisis, I think, is a good example of that, and there are many others. So 4 issues in terms of or challenges on access to borrowing. Now, if we break down the borrowing issue, I will be short because it's a bit technical, but obviously you think about liquidity. Who can provide the financing? Who will put the funds on the table? Domestic financial institutions, domestic capital markets, we discussed that yesterday. Are those external sources ready in domestic currency? Because obviously governments usually do not have foreign currency resources. If not, are there swap counterparties and so on? Same can be said about tenors and rates. You would look for long tenors matching the life of the assets and so on, not always available. Again, Turkey is a good example of that, where the large entities borrow in US dollar or euro, but unhedged, which is a problem when you are Turkey and you are exposed to big fluctuations. Poland with floating rate issues is also a good example. And finally, risk. So the third component of the borrowing parameters. My expertise, if I may, and the counterparty risk is everything else, obviously. Who is ready to lend to governments after the parameters I mentioned before? So I would like to make a short reminder to echo also what Salim said just before. There is no free lunch when it comes to risk. Even public borrowers need to repay their debt. With the exception of donors' money, and I know it may be relevant to many of you here, and I'm not an expert of development finance, so I don't want to give any lessons, but beyond that, everyone wants their money back. Even concessional resources, DFIs, they go to us, they ask us ratings and so on, because they want their money back. So that is a good reminder, and that is also echoing the discussion about funding versus financing. I'm very pleased we have that discussion because, unfortunately, many market participants ignore it, either consciously or just by mistake. But what I observe is that there is financing gap in many countries, but in many others there isn't any. There is a funding gap for sure, meaning a resource, a revenue gap. That is for sure. And in the end, there are only two sources of revenue which do not request their money back. Tax money, taxpayers, and users. So I think the key problem in the end, and I'm concluding to the guarantee thing, the key problem seems to be a government failure. We know many people talk about mobilizing private capital, notably through PPPs. I can tell you many things about that. It can be very useful, very fantastic scheme to mobilize expertise, but it's dangerous if you count on that money to replace missing public monies. That is clearly not the purpose, and that will not happen. In my view, there is nothing like a market stepping in to address a government failure. There is market failure where government may step in, but the reverse, to my knowledge, doesn't exist. So I'm aware of the time. Are guarantee funds the ultimate solution or just a temporary fix? I know Finland is a good example where guarantees are not there to address the credit risk, but more to find efficiencies, etc. I'm sure Tuka will explain that better than me. Indonesia is a good example as well in organizing access, etc. Again, I think we need to think. I think the agenda of this conference is very well structured because it started with revenue, tax revenue, or transfer indirectly, the same thing. Then on-source revenue, then domestic capital markets. We could have added lending in all forms. Then only guarantees. At the end of the stream, I think it's clearly downstream when it seems that nothing else has been closing the gap. Then perhaps guarantee is the solution. I'm closing here.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Quite a lot of wisdom and nuggets. I like the government failure and how much market cannot replace government failure. We talk a lot about market failures in this aspect of local infrastructure financing, but there's no substitution to government failure. And I think it's something new in these 2 days of discussions that there's a lot of government people here can pitch that in, and to some extent, can the donors substitute government failure through a specific grant in a development aid, but that to be discussed. I think the setting up of the four issues, I'll just want to pick that first one about national governments not wanting their local governments to access capital. There's obvious reasons to that. Some go a little bit too far. Some have really good reason not to allow it, but I think it's a good part of the discussion. I want to switch now the discussion to those who structure and issue guarantees, right? And I think, Tuka, maybe we go to the Finland model first, and then Anders on how UNCDF structures and issues guarantees. And then we will go to the users of guarantee, the Indonesian one and the example of Kenya. So Tuka, over to you. First, just an overview of the Finnish system, because it's very interesting, and then specific your organization on how it actually does it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So Mr. Yves gave yesterday a very good, excellent presentation about the French system, and he referred to the Nordic country systems as well, and we have such systems there, and in Denmark there is the oldest. I think that it is 130 years old, so they have been doing it for a long time. In Finland, Municipal Guarantee Board and Municipality Finance comprise the joint funding system. In the discussion about financing and guarantee, there is always a question about standalone creditworthiness. So I'd like to tell some basics about local governance in Finland. So in Finland we have 5.6 million inhabitants and 309 municipalities, and then 21 well-being services counties. And they have a large responsibility in directing public basic services to the inhabitants. Municipalities provide education and daycare services, youth, culture, library, services, urban planning, land use and environmental services, water and energy supply and waste management. And the counties provide health and social care services and fire and rescue services. Finland's municipalities are characterized by a high degree of autonomy over financial matters, including the unlimited right to levy taxes on income. The basis of municipality autonomy is laid down in the Constitution, and the activities of municipalities are guided by the general legislation. And there is also a system of central government transfers to local government to secure basic public services to the inhabitants all over the country. And in average, on-source funding of municipalities is around 85%, and the share of central government transfers is 15%. Central government and local governments, they have very close relations to each other, and Ministry of Finance is responsible for developing the legislation over municipalities and counties, and they are also responsible for monitoring the economies. And there is the budget control enacted in the legislation as well, and the municipalities has an obligation to balance their finance over 4 years frame. And if it doesn't happen, so there is a special procedure for the municipalities in financial difficulties. And this procedure is normally enough. The mayors and municipality managers doesn't want to see the name of the municipality published on the list as a municipality which has financial difficulties. So it works pretty well. But strong credit quality is not enough for individual municipalities. They are very different depending on their location, the number of inhabitants, economic activities, and so on. So usually they are too small to operate in financial markets alone. And we have also seen that in financial crisis or COVID crisis and so on, the private banks are not able to service municipalities with the financial services as much as is needed. It's not necessarily safeguarded. So we have seen that it's important to have this kind of funding system. Thank you.
Thank you a lot for that. I think as I'm listening to you, there's few things really pop up, right? 85% on-source revenue in a municipality. It's a dream for many mayors and finance directors in many countries that you go to. The legislative way of balancing your budget every 4 years, and there's a stick if you don't, you're going to be published in a list. If any lenders in the market knows that there's an instrument like that is by legislation, they can refer to it. It sort of demystify who is good, who is not within the lending community. So it seems the system inherently has already built in enough shock absorbers of how finances work. So it's quite interesting and unique to the rest of the world, especially the part of the world we as a development agencies work in. So thank you a lot about that. Anders, over to you.
Thank you, Jaffer, and thank you for inviting me. Great to be here. So UNCDF was created in '67 for you that don't know that, and we were giving a mandate to do concessional finance through debt. And we basically have two instruments. We have the guarantee instrument and we have direct loans, so we can do that. Now, if we look at the guarantee instrument, and I often think we talk about de-risking and using the guarantee to de-risk. And here I want to come into the definition discussion, because I really don't think that you de-risk with the guarantees, you really absorb risk, right? The risk is often still there, so it's not that you take the risk away with the guarantee. Well, if you're the financier, maybe, but the risk is there, so that's always important to remember. So we absorb risk. And how do we absorb risk, and how does our guarantee instrument look like? So our guarantee instrument can cover a number of things which can be useful for a municipality. So it can cover both the credit risk and the political risk. And you know that some institutions around the world, like MIGA, they only cover political risk, while others only cover credit risk. So I cover both of them. Our instrument requires that we share risk with the financiers. So we have a ceiling of 70%. You always want to have the financier have some skin in the game, so make sure when they are doing the lending that they are actually doing proper due diligence, etc. So you want a bit of that. So 70% is our ceiling. Now, in extreme cases, we can actually go beyond that with the waiver. And we do so leverage is obviously an important part of why we do this. So we want to get, if we come in with 100, we want that to be lending in 150, for example. So you actually are getting more funding to the project beyond the guarantees ceiling, so to speak. We can provide long tenures, and I think that's super important when you look at infrastructure projects. So we just now discussing a guarantee of 18 years. So that will cover the maturity of the assets. So that's an advantage. We provide a concessional fee charge, so we don't charge market rates. We can reduce that market rate. We always assess what would be the market rate, but then we look at the recipient and see, the guarantee party, what would be reasonable to charge to make this a sort of financially sustainable operation. So that's pretty much some of the feature of our guarantee. What can we guarantee when it comes to municipalities? Well, we can guarantee municipalities, of course, but we can also guarantee utilities, like a water utility, for example. We can guarantee projects, PPPs. We could guarantee an SPV. And we could, even guarantee bonds. So it's quite a flexible instrument in that sense. And we can use it as a pari passu guarantee, which is that you go on equal terms with the bank. So any loss of $1, you share that loss of the dollar, 50 cents the bank, 50 cents our guarantee. But we could also do a first loss guarantee, which is a structure where we absorb all the losses up to a certain amount. So the bank or the other financier is protected. That's often very useful when you have a risky operation. So what's the purpose? So of course the purpose is to mitigate risk, to guess sometimes the cost of capital going down. It might replace the lack of collateral, because there might not be collateral, so this guarantee can replace that. It can replace the fact that the sub-sovereign is not rated from our friends, then you can come in with the guarantee. So these are some of the characteristics. Let me say a few things on the challenges that we've seen. So one of the challenges that even though 70% of coverage is a generous sort of coverage, it's sometimes not enough when you come into very difficult environment. If you talk about infrastructure project with long tenures, the developer, the SPV, is not getting finance with only 70%. They need even higher coverage. And if you look at the World Bank and others, they sometimes provide higher coverage. So that's something that we've seen. Of course, that might sort of jeopardize the incentives, because if the bank is covered 100%, what kind of incentives do they have to actually collect the money? And if they don't collect, we pay out taxpayers' money. So there's sort of an incentive dilemma that we face at some of the transactions. But if we don't provide higher coverage, then the project is not going through. Another thing is, I think the process of project finance needs a little of social engineering when it comes to finance, because the very first start when you prepare the document is often needing funding in most development. There's very few commercial players that pay for that really project prep. Then you come to the closure and the construction phase. That's really the very risky phase. Here, I think guarantees can actually be very useful, right? So if we want to use our funding smartly, and I'm talking from a grant perspective, funding smartly or concessional, that's where we want to use the guarantees. Then when the project is up and running and operational and fees are coming in, we should not be exposed and use concession money and hope that we can move that money somewhere else. So that's sort of the second issue on the engineering on how to use guarantees in project finance. And the last one is really on FX, on foreign currency, which is an issue that many of these projects are facing. You're investing, the material is costing dollars, you get the fees in local currency. Of course, you can hedge it, it's very expensive. Can we use some guarantees to help making that more of a viable proposition for the investors and protect the users or the sub-sovereign that's lending? And how can we use guarantees to do that? So I stop with that.
Thank you, Anders. That's quite fascinating instruments and very flexible. It covers most of the work. Of course, there's the issue of getting it funded so that it can serve how much demand is in the market. But I think we will pick that up later. Now, so we heard those who support guarantees and the market perspective of guarantees, the issuers, of how they use it. Let's do another switch, right? The ones who actually benefit from the guarantees. I want to start online with Darwin to hear your perspective of your institution and the Indonesian market. Darwin, over to you.
Thank you, Jaffer. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to allow us to participate in this dialogue. Our institution, PTSMI, is basically an infrastructure financing company owned 100% by the government of Indonesia. Our main activities is to support the infrastructure financing in Indonesia through the provision of the financing and investment. Our financing and investment product is relatively quite flexible. We can provide a senior loan, junior loan, up to the equity investment. We have also another thematic financing program like Sharia financing and also for the municipal financings. And also we do have other business pillar, which is to support the project development and also for the advisory. On that perspective, I think what I can share on the guarantees, we worked with several guarantee models that apply in Indonesia. First, from the perspective of the guarantee provider, we work with the government who directly provide the guarantee for certain program, especially for the municipal financing program, as well as on the project guarantees. On the municipal financing program, and the government provide us with certain guarantees to allow for the local government to access for the financing that coming from the financial institution like us or like us. Unfortunately, it's only allowable to access to our financing because the local government, although they already have an access to the local banks, but those guarantee provision is only limited for our institution. It is because our institution is having an assignment from the government to provide those facility. And also on the project guarantees, we work in the several main Indonesia infrastructure project, like the Sumatra Toll Road project, as well as in the several regional infrastructure project, where the government provide a guarantee to the project developer, so that the project developer can access to the loan financing through the provision of the direct guarantee from the central government. And this other providers of the guarantee in Indonesia is we established what we call as the Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund, who can provide a politic risk coverage, whereby they can provide a guarantee for a PPP project, where much of this PPP project is designed for the local governments, where the local government need to have a contract with the private sectors. And we are part of the financiers of that project, and we see there's certain benefits that we can obtain for having these guarantees. Other guarantee provider is from the international partners, can be DFIs or MDBs. We work with several infrastructure program, especially in the renewable energy, whereby our partners, the MDBs and NDFI, provide us with certain guarantees in a way that the projects or renewable energy project or energy transition project would like to access further for the loan portion. This actually provided by the climate fund, where the climate fund can actually help us in providing certain de-risking portion. For examples, in the geothermal project, the GCF provide us with what they call as the reimbursable grant to allow for the private sector developer or the SOEs to start drilling for the exploration. So if they are really successful with those drilling, so the provision of those guarantees should be recovered by these developers. But if the project is unsuccessful, so I think there should be some forgiveness can be provided by this institution. So we are working with those model of guarantee model, and based on our experience, I think especially in the municipal financing program. So what we learned from our involvement in providing the municipal financings, I think the key issues mostly coming from the demand side, which is from the local government, whereby this local government is relatively having a certain limitation of understanding with regards to the financing literacy. That's probably one thing, because they need to have an understanding about the consequences of choosing any financing model, is either PPPs or the municipal financing. Second is more on the project readiness. Usually, they are still stick with the design of project using the usual budget, where this budget is actually coming from the central government transfer or their own budget. So I think when we are trying to extend the conditions for the financing, and this is something that probably they need really helps in preparing the project documentations. That's one. The third issues on the demand is mostly on the contract management. So when they are actually exposed to certain term conditions that they are relatively new on this, so sometimes we are facing difficulty on how to explain about the governance term condition on that. That's probably from the demand side. On the supply side, from the guarantee, I think what we learned is mostly on the complexity of the documentation itself, because there should be a process that being taken is quite lengthy, because we need to provide further documentation to what we call to ensure that the proposed guarantee program can be accepted by this guarantor, both the government or this institution. So I think in processing the guarantee proposal will take time, and I think this is something that's actually quite exhausting for certain proposal that we already processed. And other issue with the guarantee is basically with the guarantees provided by our international partners, I think I would like to echoing on the issues of the exchange rate risk, because most of the revenues from the project or from the local government is coming in the local denomination. So I think this is something that relatively uneasy to manage. If we are coming to this hedging, some panelists has already mentioned, is quite costly. So, and the local domestic guarantor is relatively, they have a limitation in terms of their capacity or balance sheet. So I think it will require certain improvement. And there's a still, now there's a consideration on how that the Indonesia guarantees institution should be actually strengthened by the government through what they call as the co-guaranteeing program. So I think that's going to be one of the solutions to ensure that the capacity of our guarantee institution can be much more larger in overcoming the issues of the guarantee provision. And I think that's actually reflecting of our experience dealing with the guarantees program in Indonesia. Others than guarantees program, we are working with a different model of the de-risking. For example, we do provide, in PTSMA, we do provide what we call as the credit enhancement program, where we can provide what we call as the cash flow deficiency support to certain company, for the company to issue the bonds so they can obtain the better rating. And I think by having this better rating, I think they can actually access to much lower cost of fund, so then they can allow to do some expansion for their projects. So I think that's we are doing so far, and hoping that having this dialogue can enhance our understanding on the guarantees, and probably this is something that can also becoming an input as a recommendation from us to our policymaker. Thank you, Java.
Thank you a lot, Darren. That's quite an interesting institution and market view. I think the idea that the government still issues and covers those who guarantee transactions, it's actually a very interesting aspect. I know certain European countries like France, they still do that, but a lot of African countries, this is a big problem still. And if you look at both transport and power, the issue of guaranteeing developers is still a major issue. So I want to go to Dr. Jain. In a way, a lot of people here raised the question of, to use Anders' word, is you don't replace risk, right, with a guarantee. You absorb risk because the risk is still there. And I liked, Nicholas, the way you defined this conference in the last 2 days. We really started with revenues, because at the end of the day, if there's no revenues, there's nothing to lend to or to provide equity. So maybe the challenge of local governments, counties or cities, on how they look at themselves internally before you go out for, because guarantee it comes later, as we've seen. Over to you.
Thank you. Yesterday, when I was talking about revenues and the Kenya experience, I think my colleagues from Uganda later told me, you sounded like you're describing Uganda. And the same story for Tanzania. So I want to believe the experiences that I'm going to share here are where they sort of replicate in other countries. So let me start by asking, can counties borrow or municipalities borrow? And in theory, yes. In practice, it's very difficult. And I think in a case like Kenya, the risk is well understood. And that's why, for instance, there was like a 10-year moratorium on counties borrowing. Finally, when it was lifted, could they finally borrow? And the answer is still very difficult. So there's a subnational borrowing framework in place that then stipulates that counties can only borrow with guarantee from the government. But can the national government guarantee, especially for our countries that are now at the risk of debt distress? And simply the answer is, there's simply no fiscal headroom that would provide for the government to provide the guarantee for counties to borrow. So that's one problem, that at the national level, the fiscal situation does not really provide any fiscal headroom for the national government to provide any guarantees. So let's now zoom into the counties themselves, or the subnational governments. Like I said yesterday, they have huge potential to generate revenue, but they're operating way below par. Nairobi, for example, is operating at generating maybe only 15% of the revenue they could generate. And this is replicated across all city counties or where we have municipalities. So the first thing is, even at their own level, they don't have the requisite revenue that even if you were to guarantee them if they were to borrow a new guarantee, there's no way the current levels of their own source revenue, they will have the fiscal headroom to borrow. So as a start, the first thing is get their revenues optimized before you can even get to the question of can you borrow. So that's one. Number two, and I think this is unique to Kenya because we're 10 years into devolution, but municipalities existed before. The challenge is, at the onset of devolution, the counties or municipalities already had a lot of debt. So to date, the municipalities themselves have so much debt, which was then passed on to the current counties, and there's no framework currently to resolve the legacy debts that the counties borrowed. So that's a huge problem that they already came into being, but with huge liabilities, and they've not been resolved. Number three, in terms of their structure, the subnational governments inherited a lot of workforce. They don't know how to deal with it. There was a cost estimated on how much would it take for you to retrench these workers. Giving an example of Nairobi, 50% of Nairobi revenue goes to pay salaries. And it's salaries of people who are basically not productive. And an attempt to pay them to go home, the government, the county, the subnational government can't afford. Neither is the national government willing to send these people home to create the fiscal headroom that will increase productivity and provide the space for borrowing. So legacy debts are a problem. A huge workforce inherited from municipalities is a big problem. So before we can even begin the borrowing conversation and the guarantee, there's already so much to be done within the municipalities. We started a rating program for counties, but then there was a condition. If you agree to be, we started with a shadow rating, but then if you choose to go public with it, then you must be rated every year. Only one city county volunteered to be rated, Kisumu County. The rest completely refused to get on board in the rating program, and it was being funded. They were not going to pay for it. The World Bank was paying for the rating, and so you can already see there was that reluctance to come on board, get ready to start, because the rating agency was also going to offer you to walk the journey to a point where you can clean up your books, to a point where you can then go to the credit markets. So only one city county has agreed to get rated to even begin having this conversation. So you can actually see that there's so much to be done within the county itself before we can have the conversation of even borrowing, even providing a guarantee. What did we try to do? Is we were trying to negotiate with the government to put a conditional grant for counties, for cities, so that in this conditional grant, you access the funding with very clear conditions on we must begin to walk the journey of increasing our own source revenue. We must begin the journey of clearing up our pending bills, our debts, besides the wages and the other debts. These same city counties have huge pending bills, so many unpaid suppliers. Even simple things like statutory pensions for their workers are still very much in debt. They're not even paying the pay-as-you-want to the revenue authority. And sometimes the revenue authority just comes in, takes their money and freezes their accounts. So you can actually see the kind of challenges that already exist. So we had been trying to negotiate for a conditional grant for cities where they begin to draw down the fund if they're doing one of those, the minimum conditions. Get into a program of proper financial management. But that really has been, we have had limited success in terms of getting that conditional grant up and running. So I believe a lot can be done. And I think this is where, before we talk about guarantee, is it possible to have some funding set aside where counties or municipalities that are willing to come on board and signal to the market that we want to do the right thing and want to do things right and we want to prepare for the market? So the other challenge also, of course, is, and that is why I'm saying the risk is well understood, is in our countries, the governors are elected. And during transitions, if you have a borrowing, you have provided this guarantee and you have provided the financing, a new governor comes in and all the metrics change. And this is what we have observed. You can have one county governor, and once he comes into office, revenues, the own source revenues just pick up. But immediately a new government comes into office, all those gains are reversed. So there's also a risk during transitions. So I think that these are some of the areas where we need to sort of close the gaps and close the taps. And finally, we have, because there are only 2 counties that are also city counties. In most others, the municipalities are subsumed in the larger county. And there's an Urban Areas and Cities Act, which requires that county governors do specific things, like designate your municipalities, appoint a city manager. No county is willing to do this because they feel that will take away part of the powers from the governor. Even the largest one, none of our counties has really enacted the Urban Areas and Cities Act. No county we know that has a city manager, which are some of the things that are required to put our municipalities on the right footing. I think that's it. And thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. That paints a proper reform package needed before we start talking about accessing capital and guarantees. I think, Tuka, now you understand when I said a lot of cities and countries would have, they will see a model what you described as, you know, a Valhalla kind of model, like, you know, where paradise exists. I think I have so many questions, but before I ask questions, let's open up, because this has been a bit technical, but quite an interesting discussions. And I know there's a lunch carrot right in front of us, but we can summon those who can bring out the questions. So let's open up for questions. Any takers? Even those who are looking at their watches to see the time difference in terms of between now and lunches. I think for me, probably let's bring those who are in the central government, right? Because they're sitting right here. There's been quite a discussion that involves central government. There's the issue of reforms and whether there's fiscal space for central governments to guarantee local governments. There's the issue on the challenges. Central governments are the first one which don't allow local governments. This is a traditional approach. There's the domain risk of local government, political risk, either in transition or we've seen it before. It's approved and then the mayor says he'll become a president one day and then it's changed, that approval from the central government. And whether the central government can access donors through the delegation. I think this is an issue was put on the table and be able to link that to guarantees. So any questions from the central government people? I'm looking at Ben, Lawrence, Margaret. Let's start there. I guess I can pick people. Lawrence. No, we'll get you a mic, I think.
Well, thank you, Jaffa. So following the conversation, Jaffa, I'd like to point to two conundrums, really, in this whole issue. I think the risks that are inherent in this whole process first starts with the central government not having faith in the local government. You know, I mean, I'm sitting in a space where my previous role, the last 2 months in the Ministry of Finance, the mentality has always been, we don't trust these people in local government if they can handle this thing. But you know, the day the director of Municipal Council of Ilala, Dar es Salaam, moves into MOF, he can be trusted with a central government budget. He can handle stuff. So there's a deep-seated mentality or belief that as long as you're not in central government, you cannot be trusted. That's a myth that really has to be dealt administratively through a lot of other, interventions to be able to show that. And I like what Professor Dimitri yesterday pointed out, that if you are to deliver on the social contract between the government and the people, you're going to do that through the local government authorities, the municipalities. These are the people who speak and meet the people and hear what they're looking for in terms of development demands. Now, the second challenge that, if you're calling it risk, is now risk of investors, lenders, which is now, which is the one that needs to be really mostly covered by the guarantees. So, and you alluded to earlier on when you spoke about whether the motivation to lend is because there's a guarantee in the whole mix, or it's because of the strength of the project and its ability to generate sufficient cash flows, and so that it can also deliver the intended results. So I think there's also that requirement to be able to say the lenders sometimes, and mostly in our part of the world, I spent 20 years in the banking sector. Every time there's a government guarantee, there's somebody who's ready to take the risk, this deal looks good already, regardless of whether it doesn't have the numbers that you're looking for. So this journey has to be traveled, and patiently so, so that, one, people understand what does a guarantee do to a transaction, in order that when we are all embarking on the journey, we understand what roles we're supposed to play, whether you are the borrower, the implementing agent of the project, and of course the lender. So my general kind of response in the questions that you're raising really is that I think the work that we have started, you guys have started, UNCDF and the partners, the developing partners, first to break the glass wall of showing that alternative financing is also a route to development, and to be able to plant the seeds in the governments and being able to believe in the process, but also making sure that people understand at the end of the day there is people's investment which has to be protected, and at the end of the day be recovered. I think it's you said it very well. There's no free lunch. Everybody wants to protect their money and make sure that that money is put into good use and use. So let's continue to travel the journey of creating an environment that all the stakeholders in this ecosystem do understand, what is actually supposed to be done by all the parties. Thanks, Jafar.
Thank you. Yeah, there's another one. We'll take a three, and then Nicholas, to you. As Ben is preparing, a quick question to you, Lars. Will the technical assistance of EFSD Plus, can that be used for reforms?
Yeah, this we didn't go into. When the DFIs bid for having a program on the guarantees, then there are typically an allocation also for TA to help the transaction. And this can be used also in upstream work, but there's of course a limited amount of TA that can be used. But this is up to the one who proposes this here. If this is necessary to bring it on, then one can do it. The point with the reforms are if they are too upstream, so there's actually no conceivable link within a time frame that this here would lead to a transaction. No, this is a bit the challenge. Then we are going into what we've done traditionally with our national program and say, let's strengthen the governance systems, etc., and saying this will lead to finance. I think what the big change in our perspective is that after having many years of such capacity building programs and saying this will lead to this, and then you can say, as you so well demonstrated, whenever we change the government, there's a new, so in some way it doesn't need. So there's a much stronger focus on having at the center of this here the financial transaction and saying this has to lead to that, and we put in the blending with the aim that this has to happen. We put in the guarantee with the aim that this has to happen. So there's, it can be used for reform, but it has to be tied to, what should we say, causality and transaction on the table in some way. That's another line.
Thank you a lot for that. Ben, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Now, my comments are that one, central government, it's a combination of many things. First, there is doubt that local governments or city governments know what they are talking about. They don't have faith in these people knowing what they want and being in command of that topic of development. That's on one hand. The second is there is fear that if they guarantee these projects will collapse and they will still carry the burden. The third point is that central governments, like in Uganda's case, already have set huge national priorities. For example, the central government in Uganda is dealing with rural electrification. That's a huge, massive investment. Universal secondary, universal primary education, which involves investments in the education sector, investment in the health sector, and therefore, it's like, please, your agenda should first wait until I finish my. And then fourthly, central government normally outsmarts the local governments. And what is interesting, like my colleague said from Tanzania, every other day they recruit people from local governments, they join central government, and they are part of the technical people driving the agenda. So way forward, because the local governments are the ones near to the people, and they are the ones who really understand the needs of the people, and they are the ones who actually, as I said yesterday, they benefit from these investments if they are successful, and they lack or miss. Way forward is to support. We need to support local governments. We need to build their capacity to join the table and sort out the equation by defending and bringing out their issues, by removing the doubt, by removing the fear. But if we don't do it, it's a comparison of unequal. They are unequal to each other. Therefore, we need to move forward, strengthen local governments, and once they are able, they can urge out their case and they can be able to fulfill the required conditions. But the current debate is not balanced because of that unequalness of the central government and local government. But otherwise, like Uganda's case, as I mentioned, there is political will because we put it in the constitution. So local governments actually can, based on the constitution and the laws, and demand for anything. But when they go on the table, they may not defend it. So we need to build their capacity to make them able negotiators, to make them equal partners. Thank you.
Thank you for that. There's a question back there. You had raised your hand. Can we give her the mic? Yeah, comment, okay.
Hello everyone, I'm so sorry I'm going to speak in Spanish. It's okay. Okay, mi comentario va relacionado sobre todo a que he escuchado en este espacio sobre el acceso al financiamiento para África, sobre todo es bastante limitado. Lo propio sucede en Latinoamérica.
Maybe just a minute, so that some of us get the headphones on, so we can understand. Okay, go ahead.
Ok, decía que en este espacio he escuchado mucho sobre la falta de acceso de financiamiento y lo complicado que es acceder a los recursos en África. Lo propio, y me permito decirlo, igual de penoso es en Latinoamérica. En mi país, sobre todo, nosotros desde los multilaterales no tenemos confianza, incluso desde el gobierno central, para poder acceder a un buen rating de calificación y acceder a esos recursos. Peor aún desde los gobiernos locales. Así que el sentido de poder, desde el otro lado, trabajar para que los multilaterales puedan tener confianza en los gobiernos centrales de Latinoamérica y más aún en los gobiernos subnacionales es bastante importante. La cooperación internacional ya no está llegando a Latinoamérica. Peor aún, un proceso de confianza en financiamiento con ellos. Ahora, uno de los pocos que sí llega con financiamiento es la CAF, por ejemplo, a los gobiernos subnacionales, pero es bastante difícil, al menos en Latinoamérica lo que sucede es que los países tenemos un cupo nacional para dar garantía soberana a los gobiernos locales. La CAP llega con ciertos recursos para un proyecto grande, se financia ese proyecto grande por el cupo nacional y el resto de gobiernos locales se quedan sin ese cupo anual, lo que limita de manera enorme el acceso al financiamiento. Así que en Latinoamérica es bastante importante poder trabajar y retomar este proceso de confianza desde los multilaterales para entregar los recursos a estos países en vías de desarrollo que tanto lo necesitan y más aún que regrese la cooperación, tal vez con reglas de poder medir luego la calidad del gasto, sí, pero es necesario retomarlo para Latinoamérica. Ese es mi comentario. Gracias.
Thank you. That's a really interesting comment. We are still talking at the same level, maybe a little bit higher level, but the same level. The fact that there's quotas that are applied annually, at least there is a system that is already in place that's working. Before I come back to you, Nicholas, Mohammed, you had a comment, and then we'll come back for the discussions on the table.
Thank you, Jaffer. And thank you, colleagues, for the discussion. So, you know, there are a number of issues that are still not lining up in some way, and maybe you can shed light on it. Just like the discussion that took place yesterday with regards to how financing is friendly to cities and local governments, we can say the same also about guarantees. You know, when guarantees are being offered, in many ways, you see a very variant ways of how you assess risk, how you're pricing the guarantee, and different methodologies that are being put in place at the end when an offer is being made, where, you know, the premiums can be very high, the terms can be, you know, pretty unacceptable, let's just put it this way, for cities and local governments to actually accept. So not every guarantee being, you know, proposed is a good guarantee either. So there is an issue here in general about even the term that we're using, city-friendly investment funds, guarantees, you know, city guarantee-friendly investment guarantees. But is the word friendly even, you know, enough? Should it be not responsive to the needs of cities and local governments? When we are calculating the risk, many times, it is really done on standards, you know, in Europe or the US, and then you're basing it in an economy on Africa, and you're trying to measure the same scale. But the truth is, you know, they're different economies. They function differently. There are different aspects to the risk in certain economies in vis-a-vis what the usual market for such funds and guarantees have been flowing in Europe or in the US. There has to be a balance in the middle. So how can we transform that to become responsive to the needs of cities? Friendly is not enough, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. That's quite interesting. Can structures be even more supportive as opposed to just being friendly? We are talking about blended finance here, so it's open for discussion. There's another question online, and if we can comment on the issue of fiscal space. When central government debt crowds out local government, especially for countries that are under IMF instruments, because that when the national debt is put together, the local government debt is part of it. So it becomes a zero-sum game. So we have about, I will say, 15, 20 minutes that the experts here can start giving their comments. Let's start with Nicholas.
Yeah, just a brief comment on the issue of the relationship between subnational governments and central governments. I agree with what has been said. In my view, there are only a few countries in the world which could claim that their municipal governments are mature enough and responsive enough to their own citizens in order not to jeopardize the systemic equilibrium at overall or comprehensive level. And I think it's good to remind, it will not be a pure consolation to many of you, but a few examples in what we call advanced economies who failed in that respect. The country we are in today, Spain, is a very good example of that. Despite its very nice progress towards regional autonomy, etc., with the euro crisis, we realized that the kind of competition race, that the political equilibrium among communities had created an incentive to raise too much debt, out of control. And hence, as a result of that, came the restrictions I mentioned before. You can say the same of many countries. I think except for perhaps Scandinavian countries and perhaps Switzerland, it's very difficult to have that self-control of local governments. As a result, the central government is legitimate to exert some form of control, be it through quota, through access restrictions, whatever. Then obviously the duty is to compensate for those restrictions, make sure that things still happen. I think even Germany, and again, very sophisticated fiscal federalism, had to vote the debt brake legislation to prevent the states to borrow too much. So that perhaps not a consolation to emerging economy countries, but I think it's almost universal.
Thank you. Tucker, any comments from your side?
Well, that is the main problem, good governance and cooperation between local authorities and central authorities. It is the same everywhere, I can believe it. And we have found ongoing negotiation process for that purpose, and it has helped in such circumstances. But as I told, good governance and healthy economy.
Good governance and healthy economy. Over to you, Dr. Jane.
As I listened to the conversations around the room, I remember last week I was in a meeting with the Principal Secretary responsible for urban development in urban areas, and his comment was, the urban agenda is no one's agenda. The way partners are organized, there are very many partnership caucuses around specific issues. And if you come to our countries, you will see the partners who are interested in agriculture have very strong caucus. The partners who are interested in infrastructure also have a very strong caucus and a very strong funding. So in most cases, you'll find there are very strong partnership caucuses between the government and development partners. But there is no caucus that organizes around urbanization and urban issues. So he flags that and was asking, is there any way we can begin to have a conversation about urban and urbanization, and how can we bring a group of partners that would be interested to form this caucus where we begin also to talk about urban reforms, because really that's a huge gap. And in terms of fiscal space and national governments, just leaving that fiscal headroom, I think also the law is very clear, and when the moratorium was lifted, there was an arrangement that 20% of the fiscal headroom for borrowing is left for subnational governments. But in a short while, in 1 year, all that space is taken up by the national government. So, and again, once it's exhausted, they go back to Parliament and say, can you increase this fiscal headroom? Can we? And again, very quickly, national government takes up that fiscal space, so there's really no space left. So in essence, yes, having a caucus of partners that are interested to advance this conversation, because it must start with reforms. Thank you.
But I think there's 2 points here you mentioned before we go to the other ones. One, we can try and solve. The first one is the platform to discuss the agenda. I think this is where Lars started the discussion, that central government should engage the delegations on the ground into the needs that they have, because the instruments are there. And can the guarantee mechanism in terms of evaluation be used to drive the reforms so that there's a transaction in the middle that is moving. That, I think, it's an opportunity. But the second one, this issue of headroom, the headroom being opened up and then the central government gobbling it based on the... Back to Nicholas, can a guarantee offset that issue? Can municipalities or local government get access to guarantee that does not enter the residual risk into the fiscal space? This is just pure credit, right? The other issues are there, but from rating perspective.
When you say without entering the fiscal space, you mean the consolidated credits of the nation,
yes,
right?
Yes,
the sovereign rating.
Exactly, based on the local guarantee. We are talking about local currency and a local guarantee to municipalities.
Right. Well, you are perfectly right. We do consolidate all governments, obviously not only because we take the numbers that are provided to us, and IMF norms consolidate everything. It's general government debt concept. Which is imperfect, we know it. It may not capture all the revenues associated to that, notably the non-tax revenues. But indeed, as soon as a local government takes debt, it gets consolidated, and you never have a perfect consolidation of the risk. So aggregation, not to talk about consolidation, but aggregation of debt and risk is a big challenge for us. We struggle very much. So sometimes, well, usually it's a bit negligible because the subnational debt, and it's a conversation for the WOFI later this afternoon, and they try to do that very, very well. So the short answer is yes, it is a problem, because unless the guarantee comes from an external party and will absorb, indeed, not cancel the risk, you can consider that that risk is not adding. But in reality, for the reason that Anders mentioned and for your aggregation remark, it will be there. So it will eat in the headroom.
It will eat the headroom, but hoping that headroom will be in some level ameliorated by somebody else who had absorbed that risk. I think this is the main question, right?
But to my knowledge, we do not and we can't really deduct the guaranteed portion of the debt from the overall, if that was your question.
That's that, yeah. And I'm paraphrasing Mohammed here. We need more than being friendly, right? The instrument needs to be proactive to support.
Yeah, it's a matter of reporting to a large extent. Perhaps conceptually we could get to that offsetting measure. We don't. Also perhaps because it's negligible to date. If it becomes material, we may need to reconsider.
Okay, I will come back to Lars. Over to you, Anders. Any last thoughts and remarks based on the discussion?
Sure. I see Peter is wanting the word. A few, so he has put in Malay. So just one thing. I heard Lars said that we hope that perceived risk is actually higher than actual risk, and I think we all hope that. And with the guarantee, you actually show that the default rates are much lower than was actually perceived. I do think there is actually a lot of real and actual risk out there as well. And risk is cost, right? So the question is, who's going to absorb those costs? And therefore, I think we need more of a blended finance solution. And it can be grants, it can be concessional loans, it can be guarantees, and think how we can package that in a way that makes sense in different transactions. Because in the future, we need to think about absorbing losses. And I think, a second point is we're also in a different environment today than we were 2 years ago. And we have a guarantee operation in an African country. We've been working on that. It's a solar power plant. It's a small one, but it's a $15 million project. And we were going out with 70% of coverage and guarantee. That wasn't enough for the lender when we got to finding the close. So we offered 95%, which is almost taking off all the risk from the bank, right? that wasn't enough for the developer because they didn't have any coverage of their equity. And if you're at that negotiation point, right, then the public need to cover almost 100% of the project. That doesn't make sense either, right? So maybe you can't even do a project like that. Now, what happened, of course, since we started was that the cost of capital has gone up. It was almost zero if you go back 2-3 years, and now it's at 4 or 5% in Europe. So the return requirement for the project has increased tremendously. So that's why we're there. And I think with the high interest rate, high inflation situation we are, all of these projects that we're talking about is going to face that dilemma in the future. Where are we going with interest rates? What's the certainty about the future? And how can we use our instrument then to try to reduce the risk for the developer in a high inflation, high interest rate environment?
Wow. So if a developer needs a public-based guarantee for 100% of risk, the government should just do it, right? Peter, you had a question.
Yeah, more of a comment. The issue of residual risk, I think it is more academic when you're talking about maybe financing that is project specific. So if you're getting a guarantee based on a portfolio of bankable projects, right, and you have 50% guarantee, so investors are taking a risk, but this is a risk-return investment, right? So they are supposed to take the risk, so they are taking a risk up to 50%. The other 50% is covered by guarantee. So in terms of a city, for example, the issue of residual risk, meaning that there is a percentage that is going back to the central government in case everything fails, becomes academic. But it's realistic if you taking a guarantee, but this guarantee is based on an investment based on the strength of the balance sheet of the city. Then it is possible. So I mean, it's not. So the issue of residual risk, I think we're having these conversations many times with colleagues from IMF. But when you talk to them, they'll probably say, well, there's always a residual risk. But I think now we have to be practical and look at situations differently.
So you are saying between project finance and a balance sheet based financing, and you are saying there is a residual risk on the balance sheet side, but if it's project finance, it shouldn't be, because at the beginning you are already accepting the level of risk, if it's 50% or whatever, as you are buying. Yeah, Nicholas might have a different idea on that, but I will I will let this discussion separately. We have maybe 5 more minutes. Lars, any comments from your side, and then we can close?
Yes, some reflection. First of all, obviously, we intervene with a number of instruments, and I think many of the cases we are discussing, the guarantee is probably not mature. And this we have to be very clear that it's a limited part of sub-Saharan African countries where this is mature. And that means we engage with other instruments like blended finance or traditional grant program to bring these things forward. The guarantee is something that adds an instrument that in certain places can maybe, push for new solutions, push for new dynamics in this here. That's the first part. It should not be seen, and I think it's very important that we actually make that thing clear, because again, I said this guarantee is a part of a much larger guarantee scheme that goes into energy, digital, etc. And many of these other projects might be much more ready than the urban. And that means there is a clear case for if you have to, and we have to get the cities right. And that means the argument that this is not just solved by putting the guarantee out there. This, I think, is one clear message. The other thing of whether the guarantee lifts off, I think we never talk about it can lift off or remove risk, obviously de-risk the transaction. This is the whole idea. And of course, part of that is that the one who then comes with a guarantee takes that guarantee. The point is whether that we don't de-risk things that are nearly clear losses. That means now we talk things about foreign exchange. If we know that there will be a very likely devaluation, one have to see how that's structured, and there are some other people that are really looking into how can such instruments be, but just guaranteeing local currency can easily just lead to not a guarantee, but a subsidy in some way, one can say, in other places. The second point you said a little bit, or how can we, is this a null-sum game in some way? And this, I'm not sure one should only see it that way. They're part of the going subnational, but this is broader than the guarantees, of course, that it should lead to other form of optimization of investments. And that means, hopefully, creating a lower overall investment cost. It should create potentially new sources of revenue, land capture, etc., that in some can benefit to such transactions. And the last point you raised there, can we now just go to the delegation? I think this would be overstretching my words, because what we do in the countries, this is driven by a country strategy that say we are working in these areas. And I'm saying that can be the green transition and education and so on. And that means it's not designed to, can we now use the country program to mobilize any guarantee or funding that comes up. It's more driven by, this is what we have agreed with the government, this is what we focus on, and this idea of concentrating that is more, it will drive that. The essence is where you want to do also see, can that be leveraged into finance where we go? So it's more if we are at those countries where we actually already are saying we are working on urban development or subnational finance, can we there see, can that be used to actually then build on into the guarantee schemes? Because there is already reforms going. It will not go the other way. You come to a country and say, here we would like to do some lending, the reforms are not there, or the conditions are not in place. Let's go to the country and say, let's support the reforms. This will not work that way. So it's more to understand also where and this of course is a dialogue there is locally between the delegation and the government on where this, which priorities there are in the country.
No, thank you, Lars, for that. And the last clarification, I think it's really, really important, is the dialogue between the delegation and the government's priorities is what will drive the donor support, basically. I want to thank you. This has been a very good discussion of a very technical aspect of municipal finance and investment. I like where we ended. That guarantees are not the solution when there's a government failure, because basically that's the point, right? You can fix the market failure, but the government failure is normal channels of long-term reforms that it's a whole different discussion. But where those ability to transform, a guarantee can really help to absorb the risk, not change the risk metrics. Thank you. And with that, I want to return the discussion to David with 5-6 minutes delay. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So we're almost on time. We're literally, so this is amazing. So thank you everybody for this session, really interesting. And I think one just super quick takeaway is we also need to, not people necessarily in this room or online, but others, we also need to be disciplined in the way that we talk about this issue of government failure and market failure, because I completely agree that the market cannot substitute for government failure, but sometimes the narrative of bringing the private sector in suggests that it can. And even if you read the official texts, it suggests that you can use the private sector as a substitute for government failure. And that's not really correct. And it kind of, it then further diminishes the role of government and governance and says, oh, well, let's just bring the private sector in. Who even needs government anyway? So I think that's not a correct analysis. So I think this is could be a useful element to come out of this policy. I mean, this is a policy dialogue, a policy message. Government is important, local government is important, public goods are important, and they're prerequisites for the private sector, not substitutes for the private sector. So I think these are things that we can kind of specify. Thank you very much, Jaffa, for the excellent moderation, and thank you, panelists, because it's really technical but very interesting. And we're now going to go to lunch. After lunch, we will have the discussion on accountability, transparency, and evidence-based policymaking, about the data to monitor all of this. And then we're going to try to have a quick session after that, which is a wrap-up session, which is not on your agenda. But given that we're so far ahead of time, or at least only 10 minutes behind time, which in fact is far ahead, this puts a lot of pressure on Christelle, the next moderator, but I'm sure that she'll be up to the task. And we'll see if we can finish a little bit early, and then we will have a kind of wrap-up session where we can start to tease out some of these lessons. And colleagues from UCLG and FMDV and others can contribute to that too. So thank you, and enjoy your lunch.
Oh my God.
Okay, colleagues, I hope you all had a good lunch. So, welcome to the final session. People were saying that they wish this was 3 days. I think that's a useful takeaway, and maybe we can aim for a week next time round. So let's start with that and then work backwards depending on how things. But will be a very good session, and let's get straight over to Christelle, and then hopefully we will be able to have a kind of wrap-up session afterwards. It would be very good if we could do that. So let's try and manage accordingly. But yeah, I see you have a huge panel there, so the pressure's on. Over to you, Christelle.
Thank you, David, and good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I mean, it's very challenging because we are at the end of very interesting sessions and discussion. And we're going to talk about data transparency and the WOFI, the World Observatory on finance, on municipal finance. Now for 1 hour and a half. We're going to have this panel both in English and in French. So just for the translator to be prepared that myself and some of the panelists are going to speak both in French and in English. But thank you and welcome to this panel. So you may know this WOFI. It's the World Observatory on Subnational Government Finance and Investment. It has been created in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. And we had three runs, 2016, 2019, 2022. We are starting the process to have a new exercise, probably 2024 and 2025. But for now, I mean, we have some key findings that we're going to present in this session, but not only findings, but also thinking about what is the use of this WOFI. Why is it so important to have those standardized data that can be comparable across the board between countries? How is it a dialogue between government and local authorities, with researchers, with rating agencies, etc. So this panel is very diversified. I will introduce those panelists later on, but we really have people coming from very different perspectives to explain in their view what is the role of this WOFI. So I know that we don't have much time. It's the last but not least panel, as we say in English. We thought that it should have been come on at the beginning, actually, because a lot of it has been said in terms of data and results already. So we will be organized in this way. Isabelle Chatry from OECD, who is the head of decentralization, subnational finance and infrastructure of the Center of SME Entrepreneurship, Region and Cities of OECD, is going to present the findings of the WOFI report. And after that, we will have three sessions that will cover different aspects of how the WOFI has been used, how is it useful, and also hopefully get some recommendations for the next phase of the WOFI. And after that, we'll have UCLG coming back on some of the main recommendations and of the WOFI. So without further ado, over to you, Isabel. You have 10 minutes.
Very much, Christelle. So I have slides, if they can be put on the screen. So it's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you again to the organizer for this invitation. So I have the difficult task to open this last session. It is after lunch, and it is the last session. So with the presentation of the WOFI. So in this presentation, I will first briefly recall why we developed this initiative together with UCLG. I will then present a snapshot of key findings from the last edition launched 1 year ago in October. And finally, I will provide a brief review of its impact to open up the discussion of the panel of today as we move towards the preparation of the next edition. So the World Observatory was launched in 2015-16. Since we have published 3 editions, and the observatory has become a unique global platform on multi-level governance and finance. It is a reference tool, as mentioned several times yesterday and today. This 3rd edition is the largest in terms of coverage. It covers 135 federal and unitary countries, and in fact now it covers 93% of world population and world GDP. So our successive editions, over these successive editions, the initiative has attracted the interest of more and more supporting partners. Many of them are present for this meeting in Malaga. So it started with the support from the French Development Agency for the 1st edition. Then the project was joined by UNCDF, the Development Bank of the Council of Europe, the Dialogue Network for the 2nd edition. And then for the 3rd, it also gained additional support from the Asian Development Bank, the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the GIZ. In addition to these key partners, the activities of the observatory are guided by a larger steering committee that include national governments, association of some national governments, international organizations, development banks, academics, and also think tanks. So it really put multi-level governance into practice. So we are now preparing the 4th edition, which will be published, as mentioned by Christelle, in 2025. And ahead of that, we will gather the steering committee at the beginning of next year in January 2024. So what did we develop the WOFI? The main reason is to better understand the multi-level governance framework and fiscal space available to some national governments to address the challenges they face. Short-term challenges, as we saw with the crisis, the COVID crisis, but also new type of crisis today, but also longer-term challenges, such as the green or the digital transition, and also structural challenges in countries where some national governments lack the institutional and fiscal capacity or lack proper access to financing to deliver essential public services and critical investments. The 5 components, of the financial ecosystem that were described yesterday and today. So as we all know, there is a lack of data on all these questions, in particular a lack of fiscal data, and moreover, this data is extremely difficult to collect. So the objective of the WOFI is first to collect and analyze this data. And by providing all this knowledge and solid and comparable evidence basis, the WOFI can help policymakers design, implement, and enhance decentralization reforms, in particular fiscal decentralization reforms, which are often, as you know, the missing link of decentralization reform. It can also help support and monitor the contribution of some national governments to global objectives, such as climate objective and the SDGs. And a related objective is also to identify the data gaps and raise awareness about these gaps, and thus mobilize all stakeholders to correct this situation. So in a nutshell, the WOFI has 4 main objectives: to bridge the data gap, to support decision and policy making, to serve as a capacity building tool, and finally to support international dialogue. So now moving on to the observatory itself, it has 3 pillars. First, a unique global database that provides harmonized, reliable, and comparable data on some national government structure, expenditure, investment, revenues, and debt. The second major component is a series of country profiles. They contain quantitative and qualitative information on each of the 135 countries. Finally, each edition comes with a synthesis report, which brings all this information together. And you have a summary at the entrance of the room. So let's move now to some key findings. First, the WOFI provides key insight on territorial organization. For example, the graph on the right shows the number of tiers of some national government. We also have data on the number of some national governments by tier and also the size, in particular municipal size. It also looks at territorial reforms, regional municipal mergers, for example. The reforms are often coupled in a number of countries with decentralization processes, and these decentralization processes have occurred at varied paces across world regions, with stop and go and sometimes setbacks, as we know. We observe also trends that include asymmetric decentralization, so decentralization which provides differentiated political, administrative, and fiscal powers, especially in federal countries, but also more and more in unitary countries. We have examples in the Philippines, in Bolivia, in Cameroon, for example. We also observe regionalization processes with the strengthening of the regional level of government, such as in Chile, federalization such as in Nepal, for example. And finally, we also observe a trend in intermunicipal cooperation, such as in Lithuania or Benin. Looking now at financial indicators, what do we learn with the WOFI? First, we find that some national spending account for around 21% of total public spending. It corresponds to 8.3% of GDP on average in 2020. But of course, you can see on the graph that there are huge differences across countries. And as a general trend, we find that in federal countries, some national spending is high, more than 40% of public spending on average, while in unitary country, it is less than 20%. We also find that high-income countries tend to have a larger subnational share in total public spending than low-income countries. We also find that some national spending is lower in Africa and Latin America than in Asia and Europe. It's already important with these indicators to underline that a high level of subnational spending does not necessarily mean a high level of decentralization. You know that spending can be done on behalf of central government in some cases. And on the graph on the right, we can also see the critical role played by some national government in delivering services and infrastructure in critical areas. On average, 20% of some national spending goes to education, 16% on economic affairs, it includes transport, 11% on social protection, and so on. With the WOFI, we also show that the level of decentralization expenditure is positively correlated not only with countries' income levels, but also with the level of development. And this is shown on this graph that shows some national expenditure relative to Human Development Index of countries. Of course, we have to be careful because we know that correlation doesn't imply causation, and there are also many variations across countries. The WOFI also shows us the important role of some national government as public investors. They accounted for almost 40% of total public investment on average in the world. In 14 countries, some national government accounted for more than 65% of public investment, for example, in Spain, Argentina, or Canada. But some national investment remains low in some world regions, in particular in Africa, where some national investment only accounts on average for 24% of total public investment and 0.7% of GDP. Now the revenue. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the fragility of some national finance systems in many countries. And we have a specific chapter in the synthesis report on the impact of the pandemic on some national finance, and also in each country profile, we have a section on that. So it shows that in a great number of countries, some national governments have been strongly affected by the pandemic and its consequences. In other countries, in particular OECD and EU countries, some national governments were kept afloat thanks to the financial support provided by central governments. So it is good, but it is not a sustainable solution. This crisis has also revealed significant risks building over the long term, and there is an urgent need to strengthen the resilience of some national finance. So to build resilience, there is a need of, in many countries, to strengthen, to enhance, to stabilize intergovernmental transfer system. It was said yesterday. It is also necessary to diversify some national revenues, in particular on-source revenues. It was also said yesterday. So on this graph, you can see that grants and subsidies are by far the main source of some national revenue, accounting for more than half of some national revenue. It is followed by tax revenue in second with 31%, and user charge and fees for around 10%. More can be done to expand some national tax revenues, as well as user charges, fees, revenues from assets, and also land value capture instrument. So on the graph, you can see the share of some national tax revenue in public tax revenue and in GDP. Tax revenue include both shared and on-source taxes. It's very important to have this in mind. And tax revenue accounts for 14.5% of public tax revenues and 2.9% of GDP on average. It is quite low. And in addition, you can see on the graph that again, there are wide disparities among countries. Among some national tax revenue, the recurrent property tax is a key local source of own revenue. It has been discussed yesterday, and the WOFI confirms that despite the merits of property taxation, this source remains untapped in many countries. On average, recurrent property tax only accounts for 0.7% of GDP at the global level. So reforms are needed in this area in many countries. So new revenues will not only help build resilience, but also support needed investment. As I noted earlier, some national investment is impressive as a proportion of public investment, but when you look at the weight in GDP, it is only 1.5% of GDP, which is low. So this will need to rise significantly if we are to rise to the challenge of the climate and digital transitions. So delivering this investment will require new revenue and also solid funding condition, and also perhaps new fiscal flexibilities, including to take on debt in a fiscally responsible way. There seems to be the scope to do in many countries. On average, you can see that some national debt only accounted for 7.9% of GDP and 9.8% of total public debt in 2022, with very different levels of debt across countries and regions. Or whether these new flexibilities also require sound fiscal responsibility frameworks in place to ensure that debt is used prudently and sustainably. And so it means that we need the right skills, the right check and balances. So many countries in all world regions are implementing also public financial management reforms to increase transparency and accountability. You will find in the report also that countries are developing innovative budgetary practices, such as priority-based and participatory budgeting, for example, green budgeting, that can facilitate access to climate finance. In addition to this global knowledge and comparisons, the WOFI enables more in-depth analysis and focuses. For instance, we developed in the third edition a specific analysis on least developed countries in partnership with UNCDF. We also focus on key topics such as property taxation, the territorial impact of and management of the COVID-19 crisis, and PPPs. Finally, the data and information provided the basis for more geographical analysis and regional comparisons. And for example, we will be soon launching a joint ADB-OECD report on multi-level governance and subnational finance in Asia Pacific that was developed largely based on data from the WOFI. So to hand, I'm late. You can see on the slide a quick overview of reference to the WOFI over this past year. WOFI has been used by a variety of users, ranging from policymakers at all levels of government to international organizations, development partners, members of the academia and research bodies. So WOFI data was also used in our last OECD report, endorsed by the G20 leaders last September on financing the cities of tomorrow, which highlights the importance of focusing on subnational government investment and better linking funding and financing. So thank you. It was just a snapshot. Together we can continue to innovate and develop the WOFI as a common goal that supports all of our work. So thank you very much. Thank you, Christelle. I'll give you the floor back.
Thank you very much for this very good presentation, Isabelle. I mean, both on what the WOFI is, the main results, the main findings, and some very interesting insight regarding especially the link between development and the role of municipalities that some of us may take as, I mean, the main reason why we have this Málaga Coalition, for instance. But thank you very much. So that was really, I mean, the starter of our discussion. And what we want to do is to organize this discussion in three main ways. First, looking at how the WOFI has been useful in terms of building systems. So it's not only reporting on data, but it's also how this WOFI has been used in political dialogue between the government, with the local government, and with different actors. That will be the first one. The second one is more on the use of the WOFI to expand the scope of the fiscal space of the municipalities, how the WOFI is useful in terms of, looking at what we talk about, access to the financial market, access to guarantee, access to a different type of financial instrument. And finally, the third part of the discussion is going to be on the capacity building and the role of the WOFI in, developing knowledge, capacities, not only training, but really capacities for the municipalities and the systems in countries. So we'll start with the first part regarding the system. And for this part, I will first ask a question to Mr. Sacco. Monsieur Sacco, bonjour. Vous êtes directeur national de la décentralisation au ministère de l'administration territoriale et de la décentralisation en Guinée. Bienvenue dans ce panel. La question que je voudrais vous poser, c'est vous avez été très actif en Guinée quand on a fait le WOFI et vous avez beaucoup travaillé pour aider à contribuer à donner des données. Vous avez travaillé avec cet observatoire, avec d'autres observatoires qui ont été créés. Donc, quelle est votre expérience en cela? Vous avez aussi créé un observatoire. Donc, en quoi ces observatoires sont utiles pour vous dans votre activité de tous les jours et dans le rôle du ministère vis-à-vis des collectivités locales? Merci.
Merci Christelle, merci au FEMU, CGLU, FDM de nous avoir invités associés à ce dialogue de haut niveau. La Guinée est un État unitaire qui a deux niveaux de décentralisation, mais dont un seul est opérationnel, c'est les communes. Et cela confirme effectivement l'analyse de WOFI. qu'effectivement, dans la plupart des pays États unitaires, il y a souvent deux niveaux de décentralisation. Nous avons 362 communes, dont 39 communes urbaines. Nous avons un code de collectivité locale qui procède à la répartition des compétences entre les différentes communes. Nous avons une lettre de politique nationale de décentralisation qui a été adoptée en 2012 et qui a défini les grands axes d'intervention en matière de décentralisation en Guinée. Pour revenir sur les données de Wi-Fi, je crois que la plupart des données qui ont été fournies dans ce rapport confirment la situation en Guinée, dans les pays en voie de développement. Les recettes limitées, moins de 1% du PIB de la Guinée, moins de 10% des recettes publiques. C'est la même chose au niveau des dépenses. Il y a aussi la question d'un taux d'endettement très faible parce que bien que la loi reconnaît la capacité d'endettement aux collectivités locales, mais le niveau d'endettement est très faible parce qu'ils n'arrivent pas à s'endetter. Ils s'endettent, mais peut-être des fois de manière informelle. L'ensemble de données que nous avons collectées, parce que la lettre nationale de politique de décentralisation a été élaborée suite à une étude diagnostique sur l'ensemble des éléments de la décentralisation, aussi bien sur le plan organisationnel que sur le plan du financement des collectivités locales. Ce qui nous a donné l'opportunité de planifier ou en tout cas d'engager des actions de réforme structurelles concernant le financement des collectivités locales. Et je suis heureux parce que l'ensemble des axes qui ont été ou des domaines qui sont définis dans le cadre de la coalition mondiale de Málaga se trouvent dans notre plan d'action concernant le financement de la décentralisation. C'est-à-dire que les éléments que nous avons pu recueillir, les données, nous ont dit qu'il fallait travailler d'abord à l'augmentation des transferts fiscaux entre l'État, qu'on estimait à peu près à moins de 3%. On s'était donné l'objectif qu'au terme de 10 ans de la mise en œuvre de la lettre politique de décentralisation, qu'on puisse arriver à peu près à 10% de transferts fiscaux. Concernant les recettes propres des collectivités locales, il avait été constaté qu'il n'y avait pas de clarification dans la répartition de ces recettes et il a été proposé d'affecter certaines ressources propres uniquement aux collectivités locales. Et la Guinée, c'est un pays minier. Nous avons, à la suite du diagnostic, que beaucoup de ressources minières servent au financement de l'État. Il a été décidé dans le code minier de la Guinée d'affecter 15% des recettes minières aux collectivités locales et nous avons créé un fonds national de développement local qui est géré et qui a sensiblement augmenté les recettes, les ressources d'investissement des collectivités locales. Maintenant, au-delà de ces aspects d'accompagnement, les données nous ont permis aussi de dire qu'il ne suffit pas de faire ces réformes, de mettre à la disposition des collectivités locales des moyens financiers, mais il faut aussi un moyen structurel. Il fallait organiser les collectivités locales à prendre en charge leurs compétences. Ce qui nous a aussi amené à réorganiser, à faire des actions de renforcement des capacités des collectivités locales, notamment en matière d'organisation des services financiers des collectivités, la répartition entre les rôles, entre les ordonnateurs, les receveurs, et qui nous a permis d'élaborer un guide de fiscalité locale et de recouvrement des taxes. Du coup, tous ces travaux ont été faits au milieu des années 1995. Aujourd'hui, on a des investissements qui sont assurés par le Fonds national de développement local. Mais là où nous avons encore des problèmes, c'est la la restructuration de la fiscalité locale. Et il y a un taux de recouvrement qui est très faible. Et la stratégie aujourd'hui, comment sécuriser le recouvrement en établissant ou en travaillant sur une base de données de contribuables des collectivités locales et en digitalisant ces recouvrements. C'est le défi sur lequel nous allons venir. Et nous savons que si cela est assuré, tous les restes pourront suivre aussi bien l'endettement, l'emprunt, ça sera possible, et aussi la garantie qu'il faut pour pouvoir permettre aux collectivités d'emprunter. Et cela, mais nous pensons que tous ces éléments aujourd'hui, il y a une volonté politique d'aller vers cette restructuration de l'administration locale. Voilà, dans un premier temps, ce que je peux dire sur la question de ce que nous avons pu tirer des données et ce que cela nous a permis de proposer comme action concrète pour pouvoir augmenter les sources de financement de la décentralisation. Je vous remercie.
Très bien, merci beaucoup et merci effectivement d'avoir évoqué le fait que au moins en fait cet observatoire donne un benchmark ou en tout cas des éléments de comparaison qui permettent aussi de définir un peu le chemin à venir pour la suite.
Ce que je peux juste rajouter là-dessus, là où c'est intéressant de ce rapport, puisque on est dans un ensemble de pays. On voit quel est le taux, quelle est la capacité des communes. Dans d'autres pays, le niveau de dépenses publiques effectuées par les collectivités et de nous comparer à ces pays. Et du coup, ça nous permet de nous donner des objectifs pour pouvoir dépasser ce que nous avons aujourd'hui comme niveau de dépenses publiques.
Absolument, merci beaucoup. Effectivement, c'était un peu la conclusion que j'avais. Et de saisir aussi les opportunités que l'on peut avoir d'un point de vue économique, comme par exemple l'exploitation du secteur minier qui peut servir justement à transférer des ressources au niveau des collectivités locales. Et on a beaucoup travaillé en Guinée sur ces questions-là ensemble. Donc merci de l'avoir aussi relevé. I would like to bring also another perspective on the way this WOFI is helping in building systems and looking at what is the magnitude of transfer and the on-source revenue scheme in the fiscal decentralization system. So, Mr. Elton Staffa, you are the regional fiscal decentralization expert of the network of association of local government in Southeast Europe, the NALAS. So, and I know that you have a lot of experience and examples on the way you have been able to use the WOFI to really kick off some new experience and new financial mechanism and support to municipalities and fiscal decentralization. So over to you for those examples. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christelle. It's really great to be here. I would like to start with the final words that Isabel mentioned. This is a common good, and this is also the alliance of the committed, that as David mentioned today. So it's really great to be here and talking about these things and also share some of our experience. You know, we always emphasize how important the access and quality of data is. We need the data for better informed policies, for improved services, for better using scarce public financial resources and so on. So without that, we cannot go anywhere. But in most places of the world, or at least in the parts of the world that we are working on, or at least in the parts of the world where our efforts are focused, in most cases, this data is either missing or is difficult to get. So there's a huge gap to bridge, and thanks to the alliance of the committed, so of these very good-willed people that take also back at home some of these issues when you're close to finalizing the report and so on. So thanks to all these efforts of the very good-willed organizations and the people, because you know these organizations are the people, so that's why. But thanks to that, you know, this gap is at the world stage we are filling that gap, and that's a huge thing from my perspective. The other point that I would like to share is not only it's important that we are filling a gap at the global level, we are filling gaps at the regional level. because one of the best things that the WOFE brings, or an observatory would bring in this case, is that it allows you to make regional comparisons. And that's the first starting point for any policy reform. That's from where you start from. If you're in front, now we work with the local government associations, and in most cases they are our members. And in most cases they're in a table like this, and in front of them there's the Ministry of Finance or the Ministry of Public Administration, and everyone argues about resources, and then the Ministry of Finance or the central government, it's probably primarily focused on the central government level, and then you have to make your case. So the first question is sometimes, okay, but how much should we finance local government? I mean, congratulations, that's a very important question. It depends, on preferences, and it depends also on capacity. So we can make thousands of PhD theses to respond to that question for every specific country. But in terms of reform, to get a response, at the table, to get the conversation going and get somewhere, the comparison with your neighbors is the first place to start. Because usually, the systems are similar, functional responsibilities are similar, financing systems are similar, the institutional setup can be similar. So the best place to start, your argument, or to continue the policy dialogue, it's to compare with your neighbors. And that gives a lot of weight because you have data, and then you have these regional comparisons. Now the WOFE makes reliable regional comparisons. So it's not only a chart with some data with some countries. So that's really, really powerful in getting an argument on the other side. And when you see the data, there's not much, people get put in the corner. So that's really important from my perspective, as one of the key benefits that's coming from this World Observatory. So not only trying to fill the gap at the global scale, but in pockets of the world, it gives the opportunity to really have these conversations in a meaningful way and also in a very powerful way, because no one wants to be at the end of the graph. No one wants to be at the end of the scale, always. So there's this power, soft pressure that comes from these regional comparisons. And I have this from our own experience. Some years ago, we as NALAS worked with the Association of Local Authorities in Albania and also with the Ministry of Finance of Albania. And we had this exact question. The Minister of Finance was across the table and said, okay, but how much? Okay, then we have a response also for that. Look at this chart. We cannot say to you, but look at this chart. Do you want to be there? No, we don't want to be there. So it's really powerful, this. It's thing. We started the process at the time. It took us about 1 year to make a customized survey about best practices in local finance legislation in Albania's neighboring countries in Southeast Europe. So it took us about a year, and then a very large group of people being mobilized and so on. And finally, we had this survey, and then we went again, together with, we helped our member, the association, to have this conversation with the policymakers. And many of those good practices that were identified at the regional level, they actually made it into the law. So in terms of benefits for the fiscal space for local authorities, just to throw in some numbers, out of these reforms, local governments in Albania, they got about 35% more compared to the historical average in terms of intergovernmental transfers. For the first time, the size of the major financing instrument for local governments, the unconditional grant, was anchored to the GDP. So it was anchored to a macroeconomic variable. Before that, it was a residual of the state budget. So we do what we have, and then what remains, it does not work that way. You need predictability to plan and then deliver local services. So many of these things were introduced there. For the first time, we introduced also pitch sharing, which is a key pillar of local government finance in the region. Now, the share is very small, but at least we introduced it. And now it's for the next generation of the alliance of the committed to bring it to the next level and argument for more resources for local government. So, to conclude with this example, I hope, it makes the case that these regional comparisons, the global scale, for sure, it's great. We have for the big policy decisions, but then We have then line ministries or local governments that in their own angle and in their own part of the world, while they're concerned about global issues, they're also concerned about their local and regional issues. So it gives a lot of arguments on the table, concrete arguments on the table. It's not just saying how important it is to finance local governments. You have an example and you say, in our neighbors, where local governments have the same functional responsibilities, we have more or less the same structure of public sector, yeah, they're getting 3 times more than what our local governments are getting. So you have this example, and that's really important to get the message across. We at NALAS, we have developed also, we have our observatory on local government finance. It developed in parallel with the World Observatory. And we are very happy to contribute to the WOFI with inputs and data from our members in the region. We're also very happy to use the data from the WOFI, because in most of our comparison we also put the OECD average so that we compare, we can see how big the gap is and how much more effort we need. So that's really, really useful, and we always reference it in the work that we do, and it's become a permanent anchor for us as well. So we're happy to contribute, but equally very happy to benefit from it. And I know that the Ministry of Finance in Albania makes this a reference. Every year they publish a report on local government finance, and there's a comparison there, OECD average, and the source is the WOFI. We started this a few years ago, and they compared themselves, with the Western Balkans average, Southeast Europe average, EU average, and also the OECD. Now, it's a big stretch, but still, it helps make the case. We want to get there, yeah, and this is a gap, so we have to work on those points. So, thank you very much again for the opportunity, and very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Elton. Very insightful, and I like what you said about, it is concrete, but at the same time, it's also inspirational. So it also gives food for thought on the way forward and how you can proceed in terms of reform. So thank you very much for that. So we heard about the national government, we heard about the local authority network, regional national authority network. Let's move now to a local authority. And I would like to welcome Mr. Emil Dardak, who is Vice Governor of Java East in Indonesia. He's online. Mr. Darka, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, welcome. Welcome, and sorry not having you in the room, but thank you for participating to this roundtable. So the question for you actually is, do you think WOFI data and information are helpful, relevant in your conversation with the national government or with your citizens? In some area, we are thinking about maybe medium-term planning, or the way you are looking at revenue collection, monitoring, or service delivery. Thank you.
Yes, I thank you, moderator. I had the privilege to participate in an OECD forum in Paris back in 2019, when we started working on this World Observatory on national government finance and investment. And I'm glad to see that the effort is consistently being promoted until today. I wish I can be there because I heard how beautiful Malaga is, but unfortunately, I cannot travel during this time, but glad to join even through video conferencing. So definitely, it is very important to have a benchmark. We know politics can get in the way when it comes to subnational decentralization, decentralizing of authority, and decentralization of fiscal resources do not come hand in hand. They can be misaligned. During my tenure as a vice governor, a new law was introduced earlier this year, which altered the relationship between the central government, the provincial government as regional government, and municipal governments in terms of the sharing of taxes and collection of taxes. To give a bit of an idea, our source of revenue mainly comes from taxes on vehicles. So vehicular taxes contribute largely to our income. And the national government directly collects value-added tax as well as income tax from both individual as well as corporations. And local governments collect taxes from business establishments such as restaurants, shopping centers, entertainment businesses, as well as property taxes. And this kind of arrangement creates some kind of disparity as well between one municipality to another. Predominantly metropolis municipality would have more of such revenue because they benefit from the higher property valuations. In the metropolis municipalities or cities also have more business establishments that are able to collect such taxes that accrue to the municipal governments. I myself, before serving as vice governor, I was a municipal leader. I was a mayor in a predominantly rural area. So I did not enjoy the privilege of being able to generate revenues from property transaction taxes because the property value isn't as high, and half of my area was forest, which was not taxable. And also, even if I work hard as a mayor to promote more trade, more industries, all the taxes that come from those activities go directly to the central government. So now, central government likes to evaluate the level of fiscal independence between each municipality by looking at how much is the percentage of their regional revenue vis-a-vis the transfer payments that come from central government to municipalities. So this is just an idea how the uniqueness, the differences, which are a product of the lawmakers at the national level, and how this affects local governments. And having this World Observatory is very important to really anchor our discussion, look at all the practices around the world. And of course, we hope that this can be followed up in each by a possibly a global consensus on how there should be an alignment between fiscal decentralization as well as authority decentralization. So I am very supportive of this WOFI, and I definitely am enthusiastic to actually follow up on the latest WOFI and try to bring this on the table in the discussion, bring it to the associations of local governments as well as to the Ministry of Home Affairs, who is in charge of supervising local governments. Now, as a final note in my remarks, I'd like to also say that how do we build upon this? I mean, the World Observatory would have varying practices between different countries and also the different nature of the country itself. I mean, for example, some countries are federal, so there is a strengthening, there is an inherent strength of the states as compared to regional governments such as Indonesia, which is a unitary state where the provincial government is granted power by the sovereign government. So there is varying situation from one country to another, and politics also get in the way of this decentralization. But there needs to be a global trend going forward. What is the trend? Indonesia has been experimenting on decentralizing and then re-centralizing some of the authorities. And as a result, of course, there are disputes between local governments and central government on certain tax objects. So this is an issue. Now, one more is the issue of then raising local finance, because a continually changing fiscal regime and fiscal balancing is going to affect also the sustainability of the finance. If a municipal in a particular period decides to raise financing and then became subject to a change in the fiscal balance, and they still have to service the debt, then it will become a challenge. Now, this is why in Indonesia, of course, local governments have to raise financing through approval from the central government. So I see that Indonesia is still at the cusp of trying to, because during the COVID-19, the central government incentivizes local governments to access debt financing by providing zero interest loan with longer grace period in order to boost government spending on economic recovery initiatives, including infrastructure. So they have become more acquainted into the idea of borrowing money. But then again, now as these governments start to enter into the repayment period, then we begin to see that there are also issues on the political situation surrounding the discipline among the parliament in approving budgets when they have to honor such payments. So this is an interesting situation. The maturity of each local government in Indonesia vary from one another. So definitely the level of the decentralization maturity, the governance that varies between one municipality to another has to be taken into account in determining whether a municipality is actually ready to access such financing or not. And finally, on the topic of today, which is about building the ecosystem, bringing together the WOFI as well as the local finance experience that we have in Indonesia. As a final note, I really hope that we will continue. This Málaga Coalition will come up with a deliberation, with a communique, with a conclusion that I can bring back, of course, with the WOFI itself on what should be the big picture, the strategic direction on both decentralization as well as the fiscal decentralization. That concludes my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emil. Very interesting. And I mean, this perspective from a local authority shows that, okay, in the observatory, we measure intergovernmental fiscal transfer. We are able to measure on-source revenue, but this is also the basis for the creditworthiness of the municipalities. And since we all know also that, I mean, most of the burden of development is taken by the municipalities, and that the population in most countries is also growing. I mean, I'm talking about developing countries, but we need to find also additional solutions. So we talk about, of course, the Málaga Coalition and the guarantee, the access to a capital market and access to a city-friendly financial mechanism and fund. So let's move then to the second topic, and thank you for this transition, Emil, where we also would like to explore what is the role of WOFI in terms of accessing to this new type of finance. And I will first ask Elisa. So Elisa Muzzini, you are Senior Technical Advisor of the Council of Europe Development Bank. And I mean, as being part of this conversation, how do you see the WOFI? How is it useful for a bank to use those data in the way we are working